Oh, what's this? Do I have an RC tool in my hand? Is Lefty doing some wrenching? Hell has frozen over. I'm actually doing some wrenching. But you know what? It's time to stop that. It's time to do a podcast and drop that intro. So, hey, get ready for this.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro's the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 117 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the... I messed up my name, a.k.a. Lefty the Great. And joining me this week is not the village Finnish idiot. He's actually on his way back home from Spain. He's been in Spain testing, having fun, doing RC stuff. So he's flying back home to Finland. So no Josie today. No Beaker. We got Zac coming on to fill in here and talk about some stuff today. So thank you to Zac. Thank you to Max for coming on and also doing the questions. We had fun doing that. And thank you to everybody for doing that. But what's up, everybody? It's almost the weekend. It's almost a race weekend. We had a lot of racing going on last weekend. We talk about that this week in the podcast. Alexander Hagberg joins us. Yeah, good stuff. But before I go on any further, I gotta say my shout outs to everybody and say thank you to everybody. I want to say thank you to all of the NNRC squad around the world. Without you guys, none of this is possible. I greatly appreciate the support, man. You guys are sharing, liking, the Instagram's growing, the YouTube's growing, the Facebook's growing, man. I love it. Thank you guys for all the support. We're almost at 1,000 subs on that YouTube channel. And that means I'm going to have to eat the toe of Satan here, and it's really going to suck. I'm trying to debate whether I do it here in the office or do it at home because, I don't know, man, that thing's really hot. Like, if I have something go wrong here at home, I don't know, someone's going to have to contact my wife or something. But no, I'll do it here. But thank you, everybody that's been hitting the sub button and like buttons and commenting on the podcast. I know the audio has been a bit janky on some of them, but I think I'm kind of figured it out with this new program here. And I apologize for that. But thank you for hitting that button. And it's almost there. I think next week or later on this week, it should be there. So good stuff. And shout out to all the patrons on the NNRC. Thank you guys, man. I appreciate all the support. We can't do this without you guys. Your support helps keep the bills paid, helps keep everything going here. And hey, man, I mean, it looks like I might be traveling here soon. And I'm getting excited. I'll talk more about that later on. And yeah, I'm just excited about that. So thank you to the patrons of the NNRC. If you remember, if you guys wish to be a patron, there is a link in the written description of this podcast. Every little bit helps, as much as $5 a month. That helps me a lot. So I appreciate everything. Shout out to the awesome sponsors of the podcast. First, shout out to Mayako. As we know, Mayako is a car company. And, you know, they got an IG and a Facebook. So go there, like, follow them, and stay tuned for updates. I heard some updates are coming soon. So I'm excited to see myself because I still haven't seen anything of this car. Seen some snippets, but nothing serious. So I'm excited to see. Joseph's got us all in like this mystery stance thing, but that's the way Mayako wants to do it. So it is. Shout out to Chris Nelson and his family, man. Awesome people. Awesome fuel, made by a racer, produced by a racer, and made for racers. Racer-owned, family-owned. Check them out, man. TNR Fuel's doing big things. They're going out to SCRC here later on this month to do the TNR A-Main Challenge. Much love and shout out to the TNR Fuel guys. Once we get all set up, we'll get something for viewers and stuff to go to their website and stuff. But man, Chris is a busy man. It's hard to get him locked on to talk to him for a bit. But thank you, Chris and his family. I appreciate the support. And remember, show Chris some love, man. He's doing some good things here in RC. He gets it. And I like dealing with people like Chris. So thank you. Shout out to Beach RC, Brent, all the guys. You know, I love a lot of love for Beach RC. They got the RC box thing going on. They have the Palmetto Classic this week. They just did a track build. If you're in the area, go check them out, man. Go show Beach RC some love. They show RC some love. He puts a lot of money back into RC sponsoring events. They send their trail out for support. I love what Beach RC is doing. Brick and mortar hobby shop with online service, great track, everything you need, one stop. Remember, we have an affiliate link in this part, and this for Beach RC. If you can use it, it helps us out. It is in the written description of this podcast. Tekno RC, wow. Tekno RC is killing it. They just had a great weekend down there at Thornhill, Tylergens, and Wiggins and Hooks, killing it down there. And Spencer Klein winning Truggy. Congratulations to those guys. Man, Tekno's got a squad, and they're going to be doing really good this year, and I can't wait to see what happens later on when they get to some races here. So shout out to Tekno. Thank you for their long-time support. Greatly appreciate it. I need to get the owner to make me a Tekno track so I can put it on their drop. I would like to hear what he has to say. I'd like to get him on this podcast, actually talk to him. So I'll work on that this year. Shout out to Sun City RC Raceway. You know, that's it. One of our other sponsors is going to another sponsor to help them out. A great facility run by a great family. We had a great chat on the Sun City RC Dawn and Quiet. If you guys are in the El Paso area, please go check out Sun City RC Raceway. If you're on the fence about going to the TNR A-Main Challenge, don't be. It's a great facility. You're going to have fun, and the Showers family will make sure you have a great time. Manscaped.com. Remember, I always bumble the ad reads and stuff because I kind of do them off the cusp. But shout out to Manscaped.com. They bring you the Manscaped RC news. They've been a supporter of the podcast for about 6 months now, over 6 months. Greatly cool. It's an outside the industry sponsor. Show them some love. No name, in all caps, save 20% on the way out. Use that promo code, Manscaped.com. Obviously, shout out to JQ Racing, my family all around the world. We're still here. We ain't going nowhere. We don't die. We multiply. Shout out to JQ Racing. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. What's up? Thank you to Scooter for his support. Still got to get him on this podcast and talk to him. We have a promo code for that. Save 10%. NNRC. Check them out. Links are all in the written description. Racecraft USA. Was talking to Chase. They got something new coming out. So cool. Really excited to see what they're doing. You know, Racecraft's booming. They're doing good things. It's good to see that. Wiley Builds. Wiley is at OCRC Racing. We're going to do a live of him next week. We're going to have a special guest. So thank you to Wiley, and good to see him doing things. House of RC, still growing. Let's get down to 2,000 users. That 1,800. Go sign up and fill out your profile there. Of course, JQ Threads, not just a clothing company, a company providing opportunities. And of course, our partner, one of our partners, RCGP, who's been a big supporter of the podcast. And I'm a big supporter of them. So thank you. Hey guys, we had a lot of racing this past weekend. We talk about it. We talk about the good and the bad, so nobody get upset. But we offer solutions, I think. And it's good to see a bunch of racing going on. It was great for me to just follow it. Unfortunately, we didn't have no real coverage of Thornhill, which was a shame because I really want to see that. But great 10-scale race there. I did watch a bit of it and watch some of the mains, so good stuff. Yeah, so like I said, no Joseph this week. Zac Phil's is the rotating host. It's his turn to be on. Always a great time talking to Zac. We touch on a lot of things, and I think you guys, he brings up a lot of great points in the SCRC Dawn and Quiet segment, so check that out. And if you have any questions, hit me or Zac up. Great chat with Alexander Hagberg. Thank you, dude, for all the support, because you are a patron of the podcast. I greatly appreciate that. I think we have a bromance going on. He likes Star Wars. I like Star Wars. He loves RC. I love RC. I don't know, like we're a natural fit for each other. But really smart dude, gets it. Maybe we get him on more to do maybe an on-road segment once a month or something. You'll see how that goes. But great chat with him. Thank you for his time. Thank you, Max, for your time. I said that already. And just thank you, everybody, man. I can't. People might be like, oh, you say thank you too much, Lefty. Because I'm grateful for what people do, and I'm grateful for what RC's given me the opportunity to do, and I want to see RC get better, and I want to see things change and stuff like that. So I'm truly grateful for all the support that the people are giving the podcast. It's gained some momentum, and I'm super stoked, man. So thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate it, and thank you to all the guests that have been on and helped make this podcast what it is. Because without you guys, the listeners, and without the guests and all this type of stuff, this cannot happen. So thank you for all of that. And, I've done enough rambling. All I do is ramble. So I say, you know what? Let's get over this and let's bring in Zac and let's chat to Zac. Joining me this week, all the way from Australia, is my, we're doing this rotating co-host thing. So Zac has been on the podcast before, and as a guest, and he's also now a rotating co-host. He's a hardworking man, so he works a week on, a week off, and all that type of stuff. So mine life, I know all about that type of stuff too. But welcome back, Zac. How are you, dude?
I'm doing pretty good. A little bit upset at the moment. It's raining a lot at the moment, so not many laps going on this week. So sitting in the wrench room this week, doing some work on the cars, getting them ready for another big race, hopefully at the end of March. So doing pretty good, but yeah, lots of wrenching at the moment.
Sweet, man. You guys had a race a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. You did a nice video of your track. And I remember messaging you and saying, wow, I didn't realize the facility was so great. So kudos to you, man. I know I always say this, but I just think what you guys are doing at Pine Hills Dirt RC is super awesome. And actually, we're going to talk about that more today.
Okay.
You have some really good flyers and all this type of stuff. But how was that race? It was pretty good. I saw young Jack was there. He did pretty good. That's our drive over there. I really like him and his dad and all that type of stuff. So yeah, man. What's up?
Well, I mean, it was just so good to see, I guess, the local race scene get to where it is now. I mean, it's probably not been at this point for, probably 6 or 7 years, I'd say. Effectively, this is just a local regional race, and we got 83 entrants. Every time we're hosting these races, it's getting bigger, and it's the pool of people is generally local people as well. So it's not like we're drawing in people from afar, mainly due to the COVID situation. So when the borders ease a bit, we probably expecting to see the numbers grow further, which is pretty exciting. For the race itself, a huge big up to the committee, really. I mean, there's just so much work that goes on behind the scenes to make sure that, the venue and the track and all the canteen is full for everyone. And, we're just so lucky to have such a great committee at the moment that are putting in a lot of work. It certainly shows on a big race like that. Everyone had a great time and the racing was really good.
Sweet, man. I know. I always talk to you. We always get talking about your track, and I just love it. I've been kind of cool. It's been raining here too a lot for the last few days. Getting my trail rig over there ready. I got some new parts from Poland. Artful Dodger, shout out to him. I bought some parts for my scale rig. I know this isn't racing, but it's about the early RC that's happening in my life right now. So I got we got a comp event, a comp coming up here in, I think on the 21st, so I'm heading on to Santo Domingo to do that, hang out with the RC guys. These guys are really nice people, like, you know what I mean? They're kind of new. A lot of them are new to RC, and this is the introduction to the scale stuff. And the thing is, when I went to this competition, we just had so much fun, like, you know what I mean? And it was pretty cool to see just people having fun and taking it serious to an extent, but not like racing. And I remember talking to the guy afterwards, Elvin, he has the local hobby shop here called DRC Hobbies, and he's a racer. And I was like, man, why can't we get these 30 guys to come race and then we can start racing again? And he says, it's just a different vibe, like, you know what I mean? And that's
yeah.
But maybe we can. Like, my goal now is to maybe get these guys doing some no prep. You know what I mean? Maybe ease them in because they like the scale thing, and maybe if they get the competition taste, maybe we can get them into off-road, because we need to get things going here, man. Because, man, I'm talking to the older guys here, and they're like, they don't want to do nothing. I don't want to do nothing because I'm got enough on my plate, but I think I'm gonna have to. It's so sad. I'm sort of rambling on, but I went out to the track that I built here a couple of days ago, because it's at my buddy's greenhouses, and it's not far from my house, 10 minutes from my house, and I just haven't been out there for about a year and a half, because 2 years I haven't been out there. I just know a lot of work that I put into that track, and it's just all overgrown. The driver stands there. I remember brought back so many memories. Remember building that driver stand with people and the work and everything we did into that track, and it's just all overgrown now. And unfortunately, even if I did fix it up, it's too far away from the rest of everybody, you know? So
Okay, not the right spot. Yeah.
right, because most of the people here that raced were in live in the south in the city. So I live up on the north coast, and I know I get passionate about RC dying and all this type of stuff because it's dead here. Like, you know what I mean? It went from having 3 tracks and people racing to dead. And I think the main reason that happened was the hobby shops tracks started competing, racing too much. Like people went from racing once a month or once every 2 months because, you know, like RC is expensive here too. Like, it's funny when people, RC is expensive. I said, well, RC has always been expensive for me because I live on an island and shipping and duty and customs and stuff. And I think we went from racing for fun. I know that sounds crazy because I love racing seriously and all this stuff. We went from racing for fun and having a series that was spread over maybe 6 months or 8 months and just 6 races to having 2 races a month. And then this track needed to make this much money because it was a for-profit business and the other track wasn't a for-profit and we weren't for profit. And I think that just ultimately ended up killing the hobby here because people just couldn't afford to do it twice a month. And then it got too serious. And it just, you know, once you're in a championship and you miss, like, oh, if you missed the race, there was no drop runs. That's a lot of things. So that's
really interesting that you're talking about that because we were having this discussion the other day, just part of, I guess, the committee and the frequency of racing. And you've got to have a small period where, you know, people can go and do something else besides RC every weekend. And then they get excited again for the next race. If it's just racing all the time, they'll get fatigued and then they potentially can leave the hobby. So you've got to have that little bit of a period where, you know, there's no racing, and whether it is 2 weeks off or 3 weeks off, and then you have another race on. Obviously, the facility could be open for practice and people to come out and hang out and enjoy it. But if it's serious all the time, then that can have a detrimental effect as well, I feel. Yeah,
and it did. I mean, it went to the one track, which was right in the city or right next to a mall, was really nice facility and had a hobby shop. He had employees, his rent. So, you know, he had to race and get people in, and it just, you know, it was unfortunate. And once that happened, it just killed it. And now trying to get these guys started again, it's super hard. And I hope we can get it going, but I hope so. I mean, because I want to go race again and hang out with these guys and get new people in, and we'll see what happens. RC can die, man.
No. You just got to go down to your fish and chip shop and just ask for all that oil, brother.
Yep.
And just go and pour it over all that grass, and you'll be back on in no time.
Well, even it's funny you said that because I was telling the guy, I said, if we build a track, we got to use oil. He's like, why is that? And I was like, this is what my boys do in Australia and the guys do in England too. And I said, man, we would have a really great surface. And I'm a full believer of the oil now, man. I'm a full believer in the oil. All right,
man. It rained like heavy for the last week, and I went out the track, and there's like no erosion. The track looks like the same as I left it like 2 weeks ago. So, you know, I can definitely tell you it makes your life easy when you put it down.
Yeah. Did you see that video that Nemo released where they were driving in the rain on a wet track a couple of weeks ago?
Oh, it's hell slippery when it gets some rain on it.
But I thought it was a pretty cool video. They're busting through puddles and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, see, we can race in the rain, well, in wet tracks too. But there was no mud. I say that there was no mud.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, you can walk on the track when it's like fully saturated. Nothing's sticking to your shoes. So yeah, pretty
good
cool
stuff. All right, Zach. You know what? I think we should just go right into the Manscaped RC news. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Well, Zach, I don't know if you guys get Manscaped on there in Australia, but I'm sure you can. But if you got, you know, manscaped.com, use the promo code no name in all caps and you get 20% off your order. But why should you use Manscaped, Zach? Because, you know, you got to keep that region on there all clean. I know my man and we're like, oh, we don't need that and all that stuff, but manscaping is the new thing. I do it myself. I've been doing it for many years, and I've used various clippers, and you actually nicked my nuts. And like I've said before, it's not a fun thing to nick your nuts because it puts you out of action for a week or so. So man, I got this Manscaped lawnmower 3.0 and I used it and it had a light and it's waterproof and it has these replaceable blades. And I went pretty hard. I was like, okay, let me see if I can cut myself. I don't know why I would try to punish myself like that, but I wanted to test it. And it's like, what is this guy talking about? Basically, this is supposed to be funny. Basically, I have not nicked my nuts yet. It's been pretty good. I've got some replacement blades on the way here. And just go check out manscaped.com. Use the promo code, no name at all caps. Get that kit. It comes with a nice little pouch, a ball deodorizer, a ball moisturizer, and a wicked pair of the best pair of boxes I've ever had. And you won't regret it. And you know what? Your significant other will think it's bigger because you got to cut through the jungle to find your manhood. So go to manscaped.com, use the promo code no name, and save 20% off your order. The link for that will be in the written description of this podcast. Thank you, Manscaped, for bringing you the RC news. Okay, Zach. So I was listening to the Missing Link RC podcast. It's my buddies Sean Rusin and Tyler Zavado of RC Drag Talk, who put on the King of the Streets race. Really cool guys, really into RC. Sean is like, if there's a person that's more passionate about RC than me, it's Sean. He loves everything RC. Really great dude, really great ambassador for the hobby. And Tyler as well. So they had Cody Thompson on, who's a local SoCal guy who got into RC like 4 years ago and built a home, like a backyard track, and it's called CTRC. And man, this track is really small, but it's been responsible for getting a lot of new people into RC. So over the last year or so, year and a half, CTRC has been kind of blowing up. I'm getting to know a lot of people from there, like Chase from Racecraft races there a lot and whatnot. So I kind of got the 411 a little bit earlier, but I waited till I heard it on Cody's, on their podcast. But he's going to lease part of the Paris Fairgrounds, which is where the DNC was held for the last 2 years. And there's been track. Yeah. So he's leasing part of that, and he's going to put an all-in-one RC facility right there in that area. It's in SoCal. And this facility actually has a BMX track. It has a big dirt oval track, all this type of stuff. It's a big facility. They have fairs.
Yeah, it looked real big. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's not actually doing it where Joey does his tracks. It's somewhere on his side, but it's going to have an 8-scale track, off-road 8-scale and 10-scale track, on-road track, crawler course, like a full-scale crawler course, like, with doll houses and all that type of stuff. Drag strip, and basically any like area for people to like try cars, all this type of stuff, a full shop, all this type of stuff, like everything.
He's going all out.
Oh yeah. I don't know what it's called yet, but I think they signed the lease this week and they're going to start working on it hard. And man, I'm actually really interested to see this because this guy's done a pretty good job of getting new people in by having fun and being more relaxed at his backyard tracks, which he said is going to stay there, but he's going to have this too. And that's a big undertaking to take. And these guys are about getting people into RC too. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I think we're going to, I hope this works. I'm thinking of going to Silver State. We'll see. And if I do, I'm going to slip over to California and check this out. But exciting news, like all-in-one RC thing. And he said he wanted to do it.
This is in LA? Is it like in LA? Is it? No, is it?
It's I don't know what county it's in, but it's like you would drive. I can't remember how far Paris. It's in Paris. I don't know I don't know. It's SoCal. They would consider it SoCal, but it's not like downtown. Right. It's probably like the same distance from like LAX to Beaumont, the Thunder Alley. It takes about 2.5 hours. It's only 90 miles. So it's
not too bad. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I'm excited to see this, and I think they're going to do it big. And maybe I think if they could get like they do when things start opening up again, which they are in America, and people get going there, I think we're going to see things like, I know these guys have good ideas. Like, I'd like to see like a festival, or something, an RC festival, or bring, so much potential to do things at a place like this because you have full scale racing and stuff attached to it. So it's going to be interesting to see. So congratulations to Cody and CTRC. I wish you guys all the best. You guys have my full support. If there's anything that the No Name RC podcast can do, We will. I'm all about promoting RC, dude. RC racing. Okay. All right. So next big news. Hara moves to Infinity. I can't say I didn't see this coming. I think it's only natural. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%.
I kind of put this on my notes. Hara is like been really serious ever since he left HB the first time. He's been like an RC gypsy. Let's be real. Super talented driver. You know, and I know he was with HB for like a year and a half. If you guys with HB, and now he's going to Infinity. But you know, this is on road and off road. This is Hara. Like, you know, this is a Asian company. This is his, you know, and I know how it is in Asia. Like, it's like his name is like a legend, you know? It's like Masami. I would say it's Masami. In Asia, it's Masami, maybe Kanai, I think, or maybe Atushi's there, and then Kanai. But those three names are legends in Asia, legends in RC, but legends especially in Asia. And I hope this is Hara. I hope he finds a home here at Infinity and like just has his career, you know, where he can ride off into the sunset with his career. Does that make sense?
I think so. I mean, you know, he's got a very close relationship with Miura-san. You know, there's many years there where they've worked as a partnership, and obviously Miura's, you know, pretty heavily involved in Infinity. So I think it was, like you said, it was a pretty logical place for Hara to end up, and you know, for a longer term, you know, style of contract, I'm sure this is going to be something that he can stick out with for a long time. And like you said, you know, in the ranking of popular people in Asia racing scene, definitely. I mean, if anything, I would say that he's probably number one in the off-road. Every time I go away racing in Asia, it's, you know, you can see that the locals, no matter where you go, are always so impressed with Hara, and it's because of his attitude at the track. I mean, that guy's got time for everyone, right? Like he's always walking around the pits, and he's just, you know, spending the time to build relationships with everyone. So, you know, if Infinity do eventually decide to release their buggy, I mean, I think they've been developing it for about 10 years now. Then I'm sure Hara will be a good stepping stone to get it out in the community. So wherever he goes, you know, he's a professional, man. He's a good driver, and he's also a good professional off the track as well.
I've never met him. I remember you guys, I think you and Ben were trying to help me get him on the podcast because you guys know him pretty well. Maybe I'm going to hit up Kenji and say, Kenji-san, I was running Infinity. Help me out here. I would love to interview him, you know?
Oh, he's a cool dude, man.
Yeah.
He's a really, really good dude. Yeah.
I just wanted to see him because a person like that, 2-time world champion, done so much in RC, accomplished so much. I think it'd be a shame to see him not, you know, just ride off in the horse in the sunset and just have a nice, something that he can do. I think he was saying he's going to be working more in the background, more media and stuff like that for now. So maybe that's something he would like too, like not so much in the spotlight all the time.
Yeah.
And so we'll see, man. I really want the best for Atsushi because, you know, he feels like he still looks young, but he's an older dude. He's like my age and he's been around for a while. So
I think that if he dedicated himself and put the time back into it and had the opportunity to do lots of racing, that he would certainly be back at the pointy end. Probably, you know, World's A final might be a little bit of a stretch just because the competition is so intense at the moment. But, you know, obviously Femke region is probably not as intense as FR and Raw. So, you know, there's a market there. And, you know, he's definitely capable of putting it at the pointy end of the Femke side of things. So, yeah, he's still, while I see that the media release that he gave this week was around, okay, I'm, you know, probably going to take a little bit of a step back. I've no doubt that he's going to be racing all the major Asian races, and that's where you need to send him anyway.
Yep, I agree. So all the best, Hara-san, and please come on the podcast. Let's chat. I'm stoked for him. I think this is the best move he's made. Don't get me wrong, he was a good move to move to HB, but I think this more fits him with the on-road program and off-road program that they'll have. So kudos to Infinity and Hara. All right. The next, not surprising news, but no IFMAR Worlds. Well, no 8-scale Worlds, and I think it was they canceled the 10-scale Worlds or postponed the 10-scale Worlds, the on-road 10-scale Worlds. This sucks, but I can't say that I didn't expect this either. I mean, people weren't too excited about going to Brazil pre-COVID. I don't know why. I know why. They're worried about customs and you know how people get scared. But where the track is in Brazil, it's actually really beautiful. They've had worlds there before, you know, on-road worlds. So this guy was looking forward to going to Australia. I am looking forward to going to Australia one day, but I was looking forward to going to Brazil. It's a shame, no worlds. But let's be honest, to plan a world championship in this day and age right now would be extremely hard. I get it. Like the US, the Americans, they're like, well, we're racing and we should just do it in America and all that type of stuff. I get that. Maybe that could be done. Maybe you can just have a worlds at a location, not a worlds, but call it a worlds. But the unfortunate thing is you can't plan that until you know when travel opens back up for the rest of the world. Because to be a worlds, it's not just about just the American drivers. It's also the European drivers. It's the Australian drivers, Kyle McBride, these type of people. The world.
It's everyone. Yeah. Everyone's got to be able to attend. Otherwise it's not a worlds. And
exactly.
We can have lots of other big races and that's fine. But when it comes to World Championship, everyone needs to still be able to have the ability to attend. And there's so much unknown at the moment. So it just makes sense to put it on hold and let's focus on some other big races. The World Championships is not the only race that we've got. So
yeah, as much as we bash IFMAR, I don't want to see the worlds go away. I love the worlds. I'd love to see them happen every year. Well, 8-scale, but I understand that. But we're gonna have lots of racing. I just hope, like we was talking before, I hope summertime things open up a little bit more for the Europeans and they can get racing, or if they can travel, maybe they just go to, like the fast guys, go to America for a few months and race there, and that would be good too. That would be great. You know what I mean? To see that as well.
I mean, we're just so lucky in Australia, man. I mean, COVID's looked on the map and went, Australia is just too far away. I'm not going to bother going down there. But, I mean, they've got New Zealand there as well. I mean, we're pretty much like COVID free.
Yeah, New Zealand is pretty good too. In fact, they're having their nationals this week. Oh man,
that track looks incredible.
Yes.
Yeah, like whoever built that track is. Yeah, I need to get them over to Australia to build some tracks because they look really good. Hey.
Yes, and the picture was so awesome. Wow! Shout out to Mark Johnson of RC Parts. I think might be his. I don't know. Oh, he's there. He's been sending me pictures, so they're all excited.
Okay. Hopefully they have some footage. I think it's happening this weekend, right?
Yeah. He said he'll get me some footage too, like some video and stuff. So and this is cool, man. It's good to see, and that track was nice. And also speaking of nice tracks, I saw the picture of the new Philippines track that CO has built, and man, I have to admit, I always like that track, like the Circular Verde track. And this looks like is it a little bit bigger than the old one, or? Yeah, it's definitely a bigger area. So he's picked up all the dirt from the old track and put it on the new dirt. So a little bit bigger, and it's sort of like a triangle shape in a sort of a oval. So it's not like a perfect square. So it gives it a little bit of a amphitheater feel, I suppose. And, he's definitely got plans to put, banners and all sorts of stuff up around the track. They're going all out there at the moment. Like if you just need to look at the driver's stand, it's like this 2-story mammoth of a building, and he's going to have a on-site hobby shop, everything available, so people can just turn up and race and have everything there. So they're definitely stepping it up with the move in this facility. It's pretty exciting. Yeah, the Philippines is on my bucket list of countries to visit, and even if I could go there for RC reasons, it'd be even better. So one day, hopefully. And I know we're on tracks, but I have to throw it out. Man, that track in South Africa. Oh my gosh. Did you see that video I shared? Like where they got like a professional video to come like in there and take video. And then they did their own live stream of their main. Man, I mean, I know I'm not the biggest fan of the smoothest surfaces, but I'm a big fan of consistent surface. But man, that track, the guy, I've talked to the owner. What an awesome facility, man. What an awesome facility. Another country and track on the bucket list right there. Awesome.
Yeah, well, you know, like the other weekend we were talking about where in Pharma would you host a world championship, and we didn't mention South Africa. And I feel a little bit bad because I've been there and, you know, they do such a good job there. So I hand on my heart, apologize to those guys. They do a pretty good job. Yes. And, you know, this track looks like it is certainly stepping it up. That's for sure. So, you know, maybe a world championships in South Africa in the future, man. Yeah.
He really wants a RCGP, the owner. And speaking of South Africa, we had Hagberg on this week, and he was telling me about the worlds that he won in South Africa. And the facility was so awesome. I didn't realize it was an indoor asphalt facility. I thought it was carpet.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
That indoor worlds facility that they've got. Yeah.
Amazing stuff, man. Oh, it's so crazy to see such amazing tracks in countries you would never even think, like, you know, but I guess it's just, you know, land and so easy to do, probably easier to do there, but beautiful facilities, man. We need to visit these facilities, man. I guess I'm just a different person. Give me a plane ticket and I'm going. So, you know. All right, we had a few races this week, Zach. Let's go over them real quick. The first, I would say the bigger of the races was the Desert Classic at Hobby Action, 10 scale stuff. Man, I don't know if you can see it, but I can see that the AETLR beef or rivalry is brewing up. I'm sure of that because if you look at the mains of these races, it's mostly AE and TLR. Even in stock, it's mostly AE and TLR. So real quick, in two-wheel drive mod, we had Rivkin, Fend, Horn. Great result. I watched that race. I saw Fend again. Amazing. Fend is amazing. I didn't pick him because I don't want people. I've been banned from picking Fend for nitro races, but I can pick him for electric races. But I watched him almost catch Rivkin on the last lap, and he stuffed it in the pipe on the last corner in the last 180. And I'm just like, yep, that's Fenn, but he was almost there. I thought he was trying to just get on the inside and just try and get him on the straightaway. Another great facility too. Hobby Action. And yeah, it was all right. I didn't really watch all of this. I did pay attention to it. I watched the mains afterwards. It did have all the big guys there, like Mayfield and Cav and Evans and these guys. And
it's surprising. I'm not sure why, but the track just looked like it was challenging for the top guys. I was watching the Tour Drive mod truck race, and they were just exploding everywhere. I mean, they look fast, but they do a lap and then they just explode off the track. There must have been a lot of blind corners or challenging down ramps or something. I'm not sure what it was, but it looked like it was pretty hard to have a clean run for the whole race.
I saw some weird stuff, like guys would be traction rolling in different races and then spinning out. Traction rolling in some corners and then spinning completely out in others. So
that could definitely be it.
I've never been to this facility, so I don't know anything about it, and I don't claim to know anything really too much about 10 scale. So I just look at. I don't know. I'd have to go there and see, but I think it was a good weekend for TLR. Fenn had a great weekend. He got a second and a first, and Cav had a very good weekend, to be honest. Not as good as, probably not to his standards. Like his standards would be winning, but I think a positive result for Cav. He got a second in 4-wheel drive. I think he was fifth in 2-wheel drive and second in truck. I think Cav's, like, people doubt Cav, right? But you can never count Cav out because that guy right there has more championships and wins than all these guys, and he didn't do that by not figuring things out. So I think, like, Cav's just quiet. Like, even when he was with S-Works, he didn't really, the first year was like that. And then the second year in 8 scale, he got better, and then he won like two big two big races at the end of the year. So don't
you
come
just
out
need to
Cavs.
give him time. I agree. I mean, he just needs a little bit more time with the car, and he's not really had much time at all, to be honest. And to round out a second, that's a pretty good result, and it's certainly showing the strength, I think, of the four drive of the Lossy.
Yes.
I mean, that car, they've definitely found something with that four drive.
For sure. And shout out to Born a Crime. What happened?
I was just saying, a bit of bad luck there for Mayfield. Hey, like he did not. He must be frustrated after that weekend. I mean,
and this is like
he
his
was
home track.
leading, right? But then, it just didn't go well for him in the mains. I mean, everyone has those days, and I'm sure he'll be back at the next one. But
well,
an uncomfortable race for him.
Speaking of Mayfield, I think this is his first 10 scale race this year. I think, and maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And it's still like I could have sworn he was going to be running AE cars, but it looks like it's still Yokomo, So interesting. Yeah. Interesting thing going on here. Is Cav going to be with what? Is Cav just sticking it out for the rest of his contract? Are they, it's going to be interesting moves at the end of this year, I think, for Mayfield. It's going to have to pay attention to that because I think his contract's up the end of this year.
Right.
And shout out to Born a Crime, the stock king, Matthew Gonzalez, winning two-wheel drive. And I want to shout out to Zeke, man. Again, look, we have an associated guy, one-up associated guy winning two-wheel drive stock, and then four-wheel drive, Zeke Bellinger comes in, and TLR takes four-wheel drive. So they definitely found something with that four-wheel drive, and congratulations to Zeke, man. He's an inspiration to everybody. If he can, I tell you, RC's for everybody. You know who Zeke is, right?
No, I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, he's been on the podcast. He's from Colorado. He doesn't have any hands.
Oh wow.
He's like arms are cut here. Like he was born like that. And he's been to world championships and all that stuff, man.
And he's wheeling it. That's cool.
Oh
man.
yeah. He wrenches on all his own stuff and all that stuff. Cool dude, man. Right. RC's for everybody. It's awesome. Yeah. You made some notes here that I wanted to go over real quick because we're talking about these guys. And we was talking about this off air. Fend, is he going through the Mayfield journey? And why don't you explain that to people?
Oh, if you look back at the history of Mayfield, I mean, he's had a pretty challenging, probably decade really in the 8-scale scene. He's made a lot of Worlds finals. He's led so many Worlds finals. I mean, he probably could have been a 8-scale world winner 3 times, in my opinion. He was super fast in Charlotte. He was super fast in Thailand. And he's had Italy. There it is. There's the 3, right? Mm-hmm. So he just needed to have some luck with his equipment, but he's also just matured, I think, in probably the last couple of years. He's certainly found his home with the Mugen, and he looks so comfortable in every race he's going at. He's at the pointy end, and like you say, he hasn't raced the electric for ages, but yet he's still TQ in the full drive. So the interesting thing would be, he's 34 or something now.
Yeah.
So he's definitely not any slower. He's probably the fastest he's ever been, right? And then you look at Fend, and what's Fend, mid-20s?
I think early 20s. Around 23, 24, maybe 25 at the oldest.
Yeah. And the raw pace that he's got, like when you're watching him, it sort of reminds me a little bit of Mayfield, 10 years ago, where he was just sending it everywhere. And he just had the amazing raw talent to catch it 95% of the time. While it looks like Mayfield now has just backed it off, 2% and can just stay perfectly at the limit. And I think, if you listen to some of the talks that he had after DNC, he was talking about, he worked out the ultimate pace that he could drive his Mugen at, and he just couldn't drive it any faster than that. He felt like it probably wasn't the fastest car on the track, for DNC, but he had the ability to just drive it at 99.5%. And keep the car within itself. And I'm sure Fenn's, as he develops and the more racing he has over the next couple of years, it'll be interesting to see if he can make that step that Mayfield's had over the last couple of years and just learn to ratchet it back just that couple of percent and gain the consistency that he needs. And it's going to be scary to see how quick he is over an hour if he does that.
Racecraft, dude. Like Mayfield, 2014 Worlds, out in the lead, crew, like in front of everybody, blew us a server.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was pushing too hard or something. That was bad luck. I mean, let's be honest too. Mayfield hasn't made a nationals final in 3 years either, but that was equipment failure more than anything. But I think he just, as you got older, maybe he got obviously he was really comfortable with, Drake's his friend, and he got around Drake and really comfortable with the Mugen, and he's just been on a tear since he joined Mugen. I think it was that end of 2017. I think,
right, yeah.
Or maybe it was beginning of 2017. There. Yeah, no, beginning of 2017. Sorry, 2016. And Drake got fired from Horizon or let go from Horizon in 2016. Then early 2016. Then Mayfield came on at the end of the year. But you cannot doubt. I think that's not saying that he didn't win back then, but you know what I mean. He's been super consistent since then. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Besides,
and that's what's so good about Nitro, man. It's it's the driver and the package, and you've got to be an awesome mechanic, and you've also got to be someone with great racecraft, especially over long mains. So that's everyone can, if they're super fast, can potentially win 5-minute race, but to do it over an hour, there's some racecraft required in that for sure.
Sweet. Do we want to go over this next topic here right now, or want to wait till we finish the news? These social aspect of father and son learning RC together, because I thought that was interesting. Maybe we do that in the SCRC thought. I think that's what we'll do, because it kind of all ties in. Yeah. All right. Sweet. The other big race was the Lone Star Challenge. This was held at Thornhill RC, which I think is an amazing, if probably not one of the most amazing facilities in America. On the roof, open sides. It's just a great facility. Now, this is like Joey does the DNC. So he goes down here and he builds this track, and it's part of the DNC race series, I guess, races that he has. So this is one of them. And it kind of upsets me here, because it would have been great if we could have had all the top guys attend this race. You know what I mean? But obviously we had the race at I wish it would have been good. Like, we just saw him run at DNC. It would have been great to see him run all together here at this 100%. Race. Yeah. And then we could have probably had like a little series going, or something like we could, something that would have been great. Hey, who would have thought of that?
But so he would probably just need to push it out, probably another 2-3 weeks or something, just to give it, like we were saying there before, you just need that little bit of time between the races. You need these guys to go and do what they need to do and get prepared. You can't just keep rolling to the next one.
Well, guess what, dude? Tyler Jones and Jarrett Wiggins were at this track the Monday after DNC.
Oh, they're sleeping now.
That's what I said. I was like, oh, these guys, I don't know if it was the Monday, but they're definitely there the week after DNC. And I wanted to mention these two guys because I'm super impressed with Wiggins lately. Like over the last few months, he's putting in a lot of work, and he's really climbing the ladder. Like, he went from a guy who I thought just about makes a main and would always be last. I'm not saying he's going to win right now, but he's in these mains and he's doing well, and he's not, if he has a problem, he's not at the back, but super impressed with his work ethic and what he's been doing. And it's just an example of, I don't think he's the most talented racer out there, but I think he's working extremely hard. He's definitely talented. Don't get me wrong. He's definitely talented, but I don't think he's maybe as naturally talented as like a Seth Van Dalen, Tyler Jones, these type of guys, but he's working really hard. And he was down there with hooks. And Jones, man, I'm super impressed with the dark horse. Goes down there, 2 TQs, 2 wins, but he was down there for 2 weeks too. So this tells me these guys are going after it. Like they're like, what coming after this? Like, we want to win. We want to beat guys and we're here to race. And I think if you're an up-and-coming RC racer, you need to watch these two guys right now because they're putting in my opinion, they're putting in the work that's necessary to be champions right now.
Yeah, I mean, looking over the results, the consistency, upwards of 95% for Tyler Jones, he had a really good race for the final, led from start to finish. Obviously, very comfortable out there. So, he's come off a reasonable result at the DNC. And that kid is super young. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes over the next couple of years if he can start getting to the pointy end of, the major DNCs. Obviously made the final. That's a pretty incredible effort. Mm-hmm. But he's pretty young. You look at Tebow. I mean, he was 13 or 14 or something. He was putting it to the guys at the front run of DNC back in the day. So, mm-hmm. But I think the competition these days is certainly a step up from, probably 15, 20 years ago. So
I would say
Tyler
it's a
Jones
step
has
up
got
from 5 years ago, dude.
Yeah, 100%. Right. So Tyler Jones has got some work to do to get to the front compared to what those guys had to do. So confidence boost and winning this sort of race is definitely going to be pretty important for him.
Oh yeah, man. He's beat all these guys before too. He did it at PMB 2 years ago. Right. I know he can do it. And I'm super confident in him. I would have liked to seen Seth go down here too, but I don't know what's going on with that. Seth, another super talent, a little bit of hard luck right now with his racing, but that happens. That happens in racing, and
it really does, man.
Yeah. And I'm not saying he's not doing. I just when you do well, and then people expect you to do well all the time. It doesn't happen. That takes time. You know what I mean? That takes time, and you have to be the only people we've seen do that lately is people like Ongaro and Rana Falk. Start out, be good from the get go, and once they get that pro level, they're just instantly there. So it's a really hard thing to do, and I think Wiggins and these guys are putting in work. This was a decent race. They had a big size race. Brendan Rose was there from Agama. Brock Champlin was there. First race on the Agama. I know he did really well at this track too at the 2019 Nats. I think he had a technical failure or something, but it's interesting, man. It's really good to see because I think, as I said all the time, the youth of the future, and these guys are more like 19, 20. So they're like the teen, that middle section, they're on the cusp of being a pro, or they are a pro, but on the cusp of breaking in. And this is real important time for these guys, and it's really good to see guys putting in work, dude. So congratulations.
And they're focusing, you think, just on the 8-scale scene? I don't know if Tyler Jones does.
Jones is going to do 10-scale too. I was talking to him this week. He does 10-scale too, but I think for Tekno, obviously their focus is on 8-scale. Obviously they have a 10-scale four-wheel drive, but yeah, he's going to race both because he lives in the Midwest too. So it's snowing and stuff up there. So, indoor racing and 10-scale. So he does that too. But man, and he took a buggy wing to the eye too. He actually got a black eye. And I said, he got a scratch on his eye. I said, how the hell did that happen? He says, the wing, man, hit him or something over a jump. So,
oh, damn.
Yeah, he made a post. I got hit in the eye with a buggy wing and a jump, and I TQ'd and won 2 times. So, super great confidence booster for him. And I don't say he needs it, but it definitely doesn't hurt. So looking at both the Desert Classic and this Lone Star, I think it emphasizes just how good Scotty Ernst makes a race. Having the commentary there, and he just hypes up a race so good. Yes,
I've got to admit, I was really struggling watching the 10-scale races without having good commentary to talk through the race. It's just not hot there.
I know.
To make this racing interesting so people want to watch it, it's pretty important to have that crew there.
Yep.
I know, they're not going to be there all the time, but I think the contrast of the DNC and then these, we've had 2 pretty big races over the last weekend, and they haven't had the extent of the footage and coverage that DNC had, and it just takes away from the race a little bit for people wanting to view from afar, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, even myself, no real footage of the Thornhill of the race at Lone Star. They did have a stand-in cam. I did see some videos and stuff. It's a shame, but good thing. I'm told that Live RC is going to go to all the race time events the rest of this year, PNB and all these events. So it's going to be good to see. I don't think I'm going to PNB, so I'll be watching it. And it's good to see that. At least we'll be able to watch it and follow it and whatnot. They had another race, the ROCCK Tennessee State race. This was another big race. They had a big number of entries. I don't know much about this track. I know it's held at like a zoo, and it's like a place in the zoo. It's open. It's under a roof. I think the zoo's closed during the winter or something. I don't know how it works. And this race, unfortunately, I don't want to talk bad about people's races, but basically, I talked to a lot of people that went to this race, and this race what used to be a capped race. I think they used to have the cap races, and it looks like they went to get as many entries as possible this time, right? I just want to talk about this. I'm not talking bad about the race and all this stuff, but a lot of people that I've talked to just didn't enjoy themselves. They had a good time, but they didn't enjoy how much time they were at the track. And I just think and I looked how many classes they had. They had like a junior novice and a novice and a sportsman e-buggy and not sportsman e-truggy and all this type of stuff. And I was like, that's too many classes, man. Too many classes. And they just had some, I think somebody told me they switched up the track after practice because the section was too hard and that took a lot of time. And some people tell me they got out there like 2:00 in the morning. So it's a shame, but I want to say this, and I'm not talking bad about this track or anything, but to me, when you went from a capped race to chasing as many entries as possible, it takes away from the race. When you try to put as many classes and get as much money as you can, and I get it. We have to make money and all that type of stuff. But it just seems like it went from a capped race to as many entries as possible. I'm probably wrong, but this is what people told me. It was as many entries as possible. And it just kind of made the race not as good as it could have been. You know what I mean? I think, when people are telling you that I'm probably not going back to that race or whatever, it's not a good thing. And it's unfortunate for the club that puts it on and stuff like that. But it's a great race. It's a great facility and all this type of stuff. It's not a big track, and they put in some great layouts. So I hope that people do give this another chance and go to their next race. And I hope that the club that put it on can learn from it. You have to learn from the positive feedback and the negative feedback. And people can go to this race because this is, an indoor track, which is really needed in these areas because of the weather and stuff like that. So, and Lutz went there. He won. Obviously, Lutz was there. And they had this cool thing too. Oh man, what was it called? Actually, Brent sponsored this because Beach RC does this. Oh, it's something like it's a race. It's a last man standing race. I can't remember the actual name of it, but basically it's a race and the last person driving wins. And they have put all these different obstacles on the track, and it's supposed to be fun. And I like things like that. I think we can do. Yeah. So Lutz had a video of it, and he drove, and it had, they had a pickaxe and just little obstacles. And I thought it was really cool that they did this. I know Beach RC does this because they sponsor that race, and they do this at their Masters of Dirt race that they have. Oh man, the name is really not in my brain right now. Let me bring it up right quick. But I like that, and if you guys want to see that, you can check it out. Lutz put it up on his YouTube and on his GoPro, and it's actually pretty cool. So I can't remember the race, but like I said, unfortunately, there was a lot of people basically everybody I talked to was just a little upset at how things were run, and I just hope that maybe the club listens to that and they fix it for the next time. That's all you can do. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess this is why schedules are just so important, mate. I mean, if people are going to come to a race, they need to know what the estimated finish time is for the race that they're attending. I'm sure people probably wouldn't have turned up if they knew that they were going to finish at 2 a.m. It's just setting that expectation and then it's down to the organizer to create a schedule and work out the estimated time based on the entries that they've got. And if they're getting heaps of entries and it's looking like it's about to exceed a reasonable completion time, then they probably need to, like you say, cap the numbers, because you can't be finishing at 2 a.m. That's just madness.
I think it was more about they just made some bad decisions, like fixing the track, and just had some issues, and like, which I've never heard of, like fixing the track after practice and stuff like that. But
yeah,
it's just a shame, because I was looking forward to this race, and then when I got the reports back, it was just not positive. But in the meantime, people said they did have fun, but it was just a long day. And man, we gotta figure out how to get away from that. As Drake says, as much track time and as little as our day as possible.
Yeah. That's definitely the goal, man. Yeah.
All right.
100%.
So it was actually called the Beach RC Hooligan Race. So that might be something like you guys might think of doing at your club too, just to have fun, maybe for the kids or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the track looked good.
Yes.
I seen a video of it.
Yes.
They certainly look like they had a pretty nice layout. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unfortunate, man. I hate when but I hope they learn and fix it, and I hope people give them another chance and go back. So we shall see. All right, Zach, man. You know what? Any other news that you want to go over before we move on to the Sun City RC Dawn and Quiet segment? I almost called it Thought of the Week.
No, man. No, that pretty much wraps up the week, I think.
Sun City RC Raceway, the home of El Paso's world-famous motocross-inspired 8-scale off-road track. The Showers family has over 20 years' experience creating one of the premier tracks in the USA. Their world-class facility has everything: handicap accessibility, covered beds, skate starts, space for parking RVs, trailers, and lights for night racing. Follow SCRC on Facebook under Sun City RC Raceway for updates, upcoming races, or host your own race.
Yes. Thank you to Sun City RC Raceway for sponsoring this part of the podcast. Thank you to Joey Showers, Christian, and Corbin. They have the TNR A-Main Challenge coming there later on this month. Check them out. That's two sponsors of the podcast, TNR Fuels and SCRC. If you guys are in the El Paso area, go check out Joey. Go turn some laps. This is a great facility. They're putting a lot of money and time into their track, and it's run by a really cool family. So, hey, Zach, actually, this week on the Dawn and Quiet segment, we're going to talk about, you wanted to talk about tracks, permit and requirements and stuff like that. So I'm going to leave this in your hands. Do you want me to bring up your pamphlet now?
Yeah, we could probably just run through, I guess, the guidebook that we've set up for our track. The main sort of part I wanted to run over this week was just like what are the improvements or the critical things that the tracks and facilities should have. Like if you could imagine like a wish list or a build up of things that you need to tick off to get your facility up to scratch. So you're meeting a certain standard, so everyone who turns up is having a good experience at your track and they'll want to come back. And having, this sort of list of key items is probably where we'd like to start. But this is the guidebook that we've made, and the idea of the guidebook was solely for new people that turned up. We could give them something that would give them a rundown of the facility, how the racing happened, what classes we run with, what components you'd need to buy, what cars you should buy, a big list of things. So we could probably just run through to the contents here. So
there you go.
So there's a list of sort of the main key items for people. Like if they're turning up, this is the order of things that they probably would like to know. What's at the facility, what's at Pine Hills Dirt Racing, for instance, and then how can they get into racing. So it just runs through the critical cars and items that they would need. What's a club day? So we can run through the facility. So there's a bit of a.
There we go. Sorry.
Yep, there we go. So
very nice facility, man.
Yeah, we're very lucky. I mean, this is on government land, obviously. So we've got the backing of the government. So Obviously, we don't need to pay any leasing or anything like that. It's all a non-for-profit organised facility, and we get a lot of grants and that sort of thing, and support from the government to build the main infrastructure. So, I think it's pretty important having, good food facilities on site so people can turn up and they don't need to go away. They can just buy food at the track. So we've got a pretty nice canteen. We've got a good car park area, bitumen car park, and they can park right next to the track. Some tracks I've been to, the car park's a long way away from the track where you're pitting. So, if you are starting a new facility, just like how you're managing your traffic flow for like where people need to unload and where they're going to be setting up if they can't drive to where they're actually pitting. Even to the point of if, it's a long way away, then you might need some sort of trolleys or something so people can load up their gear and just do it in one go to make it easy. But we're pretty lucky. We've got some undercover pit areas, so people don't need to bring shade or tables and chairs. That's sort of already there. We can probably only fit around 30 people under that. So that's probably the next sort of key infrastructure that we're trying to build and expand on, is just to get some more undercover permanent areas, because it's just so nice for people, especially if they're traveling interstate or internationally, if they can just turn up and have everything set up, ready to go, power, tables, chairs. All they need to do is just roll in their OGOs and away you go.
Bathroom facilities too. How many bathrooms do you have?
There's two? 3 toilets and for males and the same for females, and then there's a disabled toilet and stuff there as well.
Your driver stay on 40-foot container. Yep.
Yeah, and it's up on a big mound, and then we've decked out inside. So inside is all our decoder and computer system, audio system, and that's locked down inside. So I guess the end goal of the club is, how do you make everything permanent? So all you need to do to run a race is literally open the gates, and people can wheel in, and you just turn the computer on, flick the audio switch on, and then you're away racing. So, a lot of new clubs have to like bring everything in all the time, and they need to spend hours every morning setting up their facilities to host a race, and that can get pretty tiresome. So it's pretty important to try and, like, if you are planning on doing something, to think, how do I make this permanent? So when I do need to host a race, it's super easy. Having things like a good compressor bay with lots of hoses and stuff, so multiple people can be blown off their cars, and setting up some lights and stuff, so you can run some night racing as well. So there are like a couple of key items, I suppose, that I wanted to sort of run through.
Yeah, this is that's really awesome. I mean, I know, like, I always heard this from JQ and Max, like, we need a bigger compressor and a wash area and stuff like this. And some tracks have this. I mean, obviously, I know not all, like, if you're just building a track for that day, it's impossible to do that. But this definitely makes a lot of sense. I remember, speaking of this, I remember SCRC had, like, just cut off barrels cut off, and then or plastic barrels, and they had a bunch of them, and people would just go there and wash their tires and stuff. And that was 2 years ago. They've improved the facility a lot since then. This is what I found very interesting, the how to get into racing segment of this. And I think this is really something that people can take this template, use this, and put it at their tracks. This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly, hand this out to anyone who would like to take what I've got and modify it for their club. There's so many people that come to the track and ask the same questions, and if you can just give them, this link, and this is just in a Google Drive in the cloud, and you can just share the link, and then you can have that link pinned to your club Facebook page, for instance, at the top, and people can just click on that and download the PDF, and then the advantage of having this all as a PDF is all the links are clickable. So from the PDF, for instance, if you want to go to, there's a list of all the local hobby shops, for instance, they can click on their website and they can go directly to that. And then, these are the core things, like what are the main classes that we're running, and then the list of the brands, and the items that you would need. So obviously charger, radio, transmitter, etc. Just all of this is just so daunting for new people when they turn up, because there's just so much information. It's a bit overwhelming. So sometimes videos are good, but having things written down in a list on paper, so people can take their time and just revisit it easily, I think is beneficial as well. So you kind of need a couple of medians of information, like some of the, for instance, the videos that like Ryan Style Harris is putting out is excellent. So if you can, at the back of this, I've got a video section and people can get directed to that sort of stuff as well.
Yeah, you even have like marshalling rules, finals, just explaining how a race goes. Like most people don't understand that, when they first come to a track. This is so awesome.
I got no idea. Yeah.
Yep. A calendar of races.
Yeah. So that's what's happening at our club this year. We do Wednesday night practice, and the Wednesday night practice session that we do every week has been a really big success, I think. People just come down and they know that it's not serious, and what it's sort of ended up being is more of a social thing. People just come down and they can hang out and talk and learn from each other on setting up. So especially new people coming down, we've got a lot of experienced racers in the club, and they're spending that time on a Wednesday to upskill the new guys, and they're not so focused on, okay, it's a race meet, so I need to be serious. It's just a practice night. And that's what's helping build the numbers a little bit, because people have got time to spend with new people.
Rules, love this, because we need to have rules. I wish I would have had this when I went to England for the first time, and I just walked off the rostrum the wrong way, and guys looked at me like I was nuts. But rules, rules. You go up one way and you go down the other way, and it's a safety reason or something, they say. So very good.
And a lot of the stuff, we've been racing for so long, you just take it for granted, that you don't drive up pit lane backwards, or you don't drive down the straight backwards or something stupid, right? But you see people make the same mistakes over and again. If they can just have a read of something before they come, they feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yes, driving techniques, even driving techniques. This is a great guide, dude. I would print this out and like a pamphlet and give it to people, new people as well, or just say, hey, you can go to this link. You got driving techniques, how to take jumps, and you did all of this, dude.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
this is awesome, man. Awesome. How to take corners, pre-race checkout checklists. This is perfect for new people, man. Oh wow. Tools.
I must say, Jake, you'll probably be watching this later and going, I know where this is. This bastard's plagiarized the shit out of this.
My gosh. Which one is this? This
Jake,
part?
for that. Yeah, this bit here.
Okay.
Plagiarized the hell out of that one.
That's all right. 10 scale electric, what to buy. Wow. This has everything, dude. I know it looks daunting, but this isn't really that hard to do.
No, I mean, especially it's all there now. Yeah. So if you wanted to modify it or something, it would be pretty straightforward.
Sweet. Even down to tire choices, cleaning. Oh my God.
How to glue your tires and stuff.
This is even just as a perfect beginner's guide, how to recycle your rims. Oh my gosh. This is all the information you need right here. Like I used to do this, like I used to be a race on a budget. I used to acetone wheels all the time.
Oh yeah. And especially now, we're pretty lucky because we get ages out of a set of tires. But if you're going somewhere and you're burning tires and you only run them for like half an hour and the tread's gone, like there's nothing wrong with the ram. All the fun.
Yeah. Hey man, that comes back to a lot of people that say racing is expensive. Yes, it can be expensive, but it can be as expensive as you make it. And I was a race on a budget, and I did all these little things to save money so I could race, And I'm still a racer. Well, I'm not a racer, but I'm on a budget, and I would do the same things here. Setting
So
up
we used to do. Sorry, we used to do stuff like this with the magazines back in the day, right? But now the magazines
the
are
magazines.
sort of gone, man.
Commercials?
So yeah,
This is why magazines were great. Oh, I never even knew that about the starter boxes. Check that.
yeah, you cut the front of that, and it's like the arms don't rub on the box, and
Wow.
yeah, the car sits way flatter, heaps nicer.
I never knew that. Wow. I learned something just now. Man, this is a very good guide. Look at this. Where can people find this? Just go to the Pine Hills RC Raceway
Dirt
Facebook
Racing
page.
Facebook, yeah, that's right. Yeah, links on there.
Look at this. If anybody's interested in this, I'm gonna leave the link will be in the podcast anyway. But this is great for anybody, and even have links to your local hobby shops.
Yeah, local hobby shops there.
Yeah, and then even showing you working, because I guess you have to rely on volunteers to come out and help a lot too. That's
Yeah,
good to see.
we've been super lucky. Like the last sort of year to 18 months, like we've got heaps of people that are coming out to help. So
Yeah.
that's
the good thing of having a club too, you know?
Yeah. Everyone feels like they're part of it then. It's really good.
Yeah. Then you have some links. I like that. No Name RC podcast.
Yeah. You're at the top of the list above JQ there. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm above JQ. And I mean, these are all helpful links. JQ's page, Adam Drake, Ryan Harris.
Really
I think we
stuff.
need to get probably get Mark's one in her too, because he's pretty good as well. Mark's
Yeah. Oh, it's super easy to update.
Yeah. Wow. What an awesome pamphlet. Do we want to look at the schedule calculator? Because I thought that was something cool too.
Yeah, sure. We can bring that up.
All right, let me bring it up here. Awesome work, man. And how long has this track been here again, buddy?
I mean, I've been at Pine Hills for about 20 years.
Wow.
So, and it was running years before that too. So
Really?
club's probably been running for about 30 years or something now. Yeah.
Okay, where is this? I thought I had it up. All right. Schedule calculator. Okay. I don't have oh God. Try it later. No, I don't want to do that. Hold on. Here we go.
Yeah, you might need to open it in Google Sheets.
Add to stream. It let me.
Okay. You're able to zoom out just a little bit?
Yep. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe people can't see that now.
Yeah, but this will be on big screen, on a bigger screen than what we're looking at. So
yeah, sure. So I guess the idea of this, I mean, it's nothing fancy. It's just a bit of an Excel program, just so people can see, like, what we use it for is, as we are building our event, we can see the number of entries come in, and then we can literally just work from the top down, fill out the classes and the number of drivers that we've got, and then if you go down the list, you know, you can put in the max number of drivers per heat on that second row down, and then it calculates, you know, how many heats you're going to have based on how many people you've got in your heats, how long round one's going to take, how long round two is going to take, and then so on and so forth through to finals. So it's just a quick way for you to say, all right, if I start, so if you just scroll down a little bit, you've got finals, and then in the bottom right hand corner, you've got your start time and then your finish time based on the number of entries that you've got and the race format that you've gone with. So, you know, it's just super basic Excel sheet. You can just put it in at the start of the day, and then, for instance, if we did get 100 drivers, what's happening to the finish time? You know, if we, for instance, started at 10 o'clock, that would then push that out another 2 hours, and we're starting to finish a bit later. And if this calculator is showing that you're going to be finishing, for instance, at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., then hey, you're going to need to alter your race format to make sure that people are finishing at appropriate time. The last thing you want people doing is getting home at midnight, exhausted. You want them leaving the track at an appropriate time. I mean, ideally, we like to finish probably around 8 o'clock. We've got a canteen running, so it's important that the club gets some return, for dinner and that sort of thing. So people stay around and they can have dinner at the track. But then also, if you can finish around 8 p.m., then everyone's at home, sort of 8:30, 9 o'clock, and it's a comfortable finish for the race. So having this sort of at the front end, you can plan to make sure that you've got a suitable expectation on finish time, and then you can modify things appropriately. The biggest thing, obviously, is the time between races, and I'm sure every race director out there will feel that frustration of you put in 3 minutes from the time that a race finishes to the time the next one starts, and how much time you can lose in a day. If that increases to 4 minutes or 5 minutes waiting for marshals or something like that, and you could put in 5 minutes in here and see what impact it has for the day, and you're literally losing hours.
Wow.
So having a good program to ensure that marshals get directed straight out on the track is pretty important. Whether you set up some sort of barbed wire or something from the driver's stand so it forces them to get out on the track, that might be some electric fences or something.
Do you guys have issues with that, getting marshals out there?
We have had recently, and I think it's probably stemmed from people running multiple classes, because then it's really hard to organize the race, so people don't have clashes with they've just finished a race and then they're in the next one as well.
Yes, that's different. You have to find somebody to marshal for you, or that would be a little different. But I'm talking about more or less of people just not wanting to get out there in time. You know what I mean?
I think we certainly have had that challenge as well. And I think what we're leaning towards now is having a car impound after the race, so people have to go and put their car in an impound, and the impound would be effectively straight below the stairs when they walk off the driver's stand. So they've got nowhere to walk; they just have to put their car in the impound and then go straight out in the track.
Sorry, can I just touch on that? That's actually a good idea, because I know this is something that I harp on a lot is marshals, right? And not getting them out there on time. But I know people would use that excuse, I had to take my car back. And once you take your car back, you end up talking to somebody and all that type of stuff. But if you just go down, put your car there, it's safe, car and your radio there, and then you go right out to your colonel marshal, then you don't have that excuse anymore. So I think that's a great way. And you know what? I'm always like, at a big race, just dock laps. I think that needs to be done too. But I also understand that you guys have a club race, and you need to keep these people coming to your race, your track. So that's a good way to enforce the rule without actually punishing anybody.
Yeah. There needs to be a system there. An advantage of like having it, somewhat planned out is you can play with the variables and say, what happens if the warm up takes an extra 2 minutes, and what it does to the day. So then you're a bit more prepared, that hey guys, I've gone through 2 rounds so far, and we're 2 hours behind schedule because we've lost all this time because of marshalling. So we're going to have to remove round 3. We can't do round 3 because we still want to finish at the right time. So if you've got that there and you can say, well, I know that I'm not going to finish at the right time now, I'm going to have to make changes. I mean, I'm talking for a club race, not a serious race where you have to stick to the rules. But you've got to, I guess, get people to learn the ramifications to taking ages to get out to marshals, because it's really the worst thing for a race director and for a race in general.
I definitely think in Europe they have it done. This was actually a question that I recorded with Maxer this week, and he had some good answers for it too. But I never even thought of the impound thing, which I think is a great idea, awesome idea. And this is actually really good. I would like to see some club races try and do this here in the USA, use this example, and maybe a series race where I see it's hard because Well, I mean, how about if you had, I know a lot of things come on pre-entries, but what if you get people in there? Is this simple to use and calculate it like on the day as well?
Yeah, you just literally need to
right.
just go up to the top. You just put in where the driver's numbers are. You just change that to 50 or something like that, whatever you get, and then it would just recalculate live, basically.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sweet, man. You've put in so much work for your local track. Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, and like I'm nothing compared to some of the other guys in the committee, man. They work pretty hard, eh?
Yeah. How many people on your committee there at your club?
We got 7 on our committee, so not too many. Yeah.
All right. I wanted to talk about 2 things here, a couple of things before we signed off here. I actually got this message from maybe it's not going to bring up on Facebook here, but one of the listeners, he was listening to the podcast and he goes, "Oh, I was listening to you talking about getting bashers." He listened to the last one of getting bashers into RC and stuff like that. So I believe he's in Michigan. But at Grand River RC, they have this thing called Traxxas Day. And what they did was basically sent out message to local Facebook groups and stuff like that in the area and invited anybody that had a car to come to their track so they can learn how to race. So what they did is they had them come in one evening. They sent about 20 people with various different, like it was mostly Traxxas stuff, but they had slashes, bandits, all that type of stuff. And they said they took about 45 minutes to an hour to just, similar to what you explained to people, how to race and different things and looked over their cars and done this and then let them race and obviously turn marshal for them. Probably some guys coached them. And I just wanted to throw that out there that I think that's a damn good idea. And if 20 people came to that track and did that and 5 people stay and race, that's a win, And or maybe those guys would tell their friends, "Hey, you got to come check this out," and all this type of stuff. So maybe I'm sure there's lots of tracks doing things like this or have rental rides and stuff. But I thought this was a good idea to appeal to the bashers and to bring their cars that they have and let them race. And I just wanted to throw that out there for any track. Like maybe that's an idea you can use as well.
And did you hear how they attracted them to the track? Like, how did they organize it? Do they do it through
Facebook.
A hobby shop or Facebook?
They have a small shop at their track. He was telling me, but they basically just went into different groups that they might have had in the area, like just RC groups, and put an invitation out there. So I asked him the same thing. How did you get people to get there? And it's like, we just did that.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah, that makes so much sense. So yeah, good stuff. When it comes to growing RC, it's so many. There's not one way to do it. There's many, many ways to do it. We have to kind of do it all. You know what I mean? But this is a great idea, man. And I think what I wanted this segment to be was to talk about how tracks can do different things. Like what you did was really great. And it's all about getting new people in and getting them feeling comfortable at the track. And I mean, just looking at what you guys are doing, it's a great example of that.
Yeah, I was watching Mark's walkthrough of the Lone Star race, and you're just sort of looking in the side of the videos to see what that facility's got, and you could see that they're ticking off like everything on that list, and it would just be so cool to see, like, is there another, like, one more thing on the list that they've done that you like, that is such a cool idea, and that's really improved their facility. Because like we're looking for things to continue the development of the club, right? So we want to see if there's another great idea out there that's making the facility better for the racer, and just getting some sort of list together so you can go, oh yeah, I've got 90% of those items, but I can get that extra 10% by putting in a wash bay or TV screens around the pit so everyone can see live timing. It's endless really what you can do. So that's what I was sort of wanting to touch on in this segment.
That's good. I mean, if you guys have something, I'd like to hear if when you guys listen to this, shoot us a message, myself or Zach, And I like to hear
Yeah.
maybe something that can be added to this as well, or if you think this is a great idea, or if you really like the PDF that Zach's made up, hit him up, man. I'm sure he's willing to help any of you guys
Absolutely.
to get things going. And I think that's a great idea for everybody. And kudos to the Grand River RC. I have to shout out to another track, Mark Moon's track. I don't know the exact name, but they made signs and said, "Hey, I'm here to help you." Like they made everybody put them somewhere on their table and said, "Don't be scared to come up and ask me. I'm here to help you." For all the new people coming on and stuff, like to make them feel comfortable. Because I know how people get. Like you get to a place and everybody's all quiet and everybody's in the science mode, and you get intimidated
Right.
to ask somebody a question.
Yeah.
And that person maybe be in the own world doing the own thing and don't even recognize what's going on. Or it might be just an
Right.
asshole. You know what I mean? But all these
But it's
things
little
we need to do.
it's little things like that when people turn up and they'll instantly get the feeling that, oh, this is actually a pretty relaxed social thing that, you know, people are friendly. That's actually a great idea. And they're the sort of things that I'd love to add
Yeah.
to the list for sure. So if people have got some ideas, definitely after this shoot us some messages or write some comments.
Sure.
Would love to see it.
And SCRC, by the way, has upgraded they were getting ready for RCGP, right? So they made, I don't know if they did this for RCGP, but they made covered pits and like proper permanent covered pits. And they have a really, really great facility, man. It's outdoors and they put in permanent tracks. Well, one thing I wanted to touch on, because I absolutely freaking well agree with you here, and it's your last point here. Concrete curbing, it makes a track. I agree.
100%.
I'll tell you where I thought concrete curbing would have been great at DNC. After you came under the bridge, you went up that hill and you hooked on to go to went under the bridge, came up the hill and hooked there. I saw so many people getting hooked on just that pointy corner of the pipe right there.
Yeah.
I'm like, a bag of cement would have fixed that and some sand. And I love concrete curbing on corners. I love it.
Dude, it's so easy to do as well, right? And like, I guess I've seen so many awesome videos of the European tracks like Montpellier or whatever, and their concrete curbs are just so nice. And it just adds to the track. Like you get some concrete curbs, and we put them all down at our track, and it just
looks better.
You can really see the corner so much better. It's amazing how much it helps when you're driving to see a red and white corner. And then if you can run the corner a bit, that's pretty nice as well.
Yeah, I know a lot of these tracks aren't permanent, but I mean, concrete curbing isn't that hard to make. It just, I think it makes
super easy.
And it makes the racing better too, because you don't get caught up on pipes. You can come off that corner, and it's like real racing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, what we've been using, all our track now is rope for the boundary. So instead of pipe, like we used to use ag pipe, but man, it deteriorates pretty quickly after a year just being in Australian sun anyway. And we've just gone to really large rope that they use in the docks. And we put that down, and it's brilliant, man. It's so good.
But it's a pain in the ass to move. I know, because we had it in Bermuda, and it is heavy.
Oh, maybe ours isn't as big as what you had, because like we can just pull it with two people.
Well, so I think we had like big, giant cruise ship rope, like, you know.
Oh, okay, ours is probably like that big, that round.
We had like 5-inch, 6-inch diameter rope. I remember one time it washed up on the rocks, right? Like it washed, and it was like 5 or 6 of us down there trying to get this 100-foot piece of rope off the rocks. It was heavy, but you know, we couldn't afford to buy anything, and you couldn't just buy ship rope, so we just got it where we could. But I think it's great too. Cool, man. I think that's it. I think we'll save the father-son relationship thing for our next talk, because that's a whole nother topic that we can go on. Zach, thank you for your time, dude. I appreciate it. I know it's getting late there in Australia. Keep doing the awesome things that you guys are doing there in Australia. I hope things open up so we can see like guys like the Thylacine and Bernard Zach and McBride get out to racing here. And because you guys have so much talent. You have talent there too, really fast guys. And I want to see these guys get out and race against the the rest of the world. So definitely doing some good stuff down there in Australia. Zac, I think that wraps up our time here. Thank you for your time. Remember, guys, check out Pine Hills Pine Hills Dirt RC. I always get things messed up.
Yeah.
On Facebook. If you have any questions, just hit up Zac on Facebook too. He responds. Remember, he's like 14 hours ahead because he's on the other side of the world, literally, or for me. And yeah, I'm sure you're willing to help anybody because we all want to make facilities better and make racing better for everybody. So thank you for your time.
Let's get it done. No worries.
Sure.
Happy to come on.
And thank you, Sun City RC, for your support. It's greatly appreciated. TNR Fuels going there later on this month. If you guys want to go to a cool race and go to a great facility, go check them out. The Showers family will make you feel at home. They are big supporters of this podcast, have always been. And they got the mindset. They want to make RC great too and make it better. So thank you for all that. And we're going to go on, Zac. I'm going to leave you here. I'm going to go on to the interview with Alex Hagberg, world champion. And hey, man, I'll talk to you later on.
All right, man. Thanks, See you.
Cool. Bye-bye. As you guys know, this podcast has a Patreon. If you haven't checked it out, it's in the written description of this podcast. And thank you to all the patrons around the world that support the NNRC. So one day, excuse me, I was surprised when I saw Alexander Hagberg show up. And I was like, is this the Alexander Hagberg that's like the professional RC racer? And then I remember I reached out to you. I was like, hey, are you Alexander, the professional racer? And he's like, yeah. And then we got talking. So welcome 2018 12 scale world champion, Alexander Hagberg of X-Ray RC. How are you, dude?
Thanks, Keenan. I'm great, and it's an honor to be a part of this podcast. I've been a listener to the podcast probably a year. I mean, I listened to every episode for about a year at least.
Really?
And I get a lot of entertainment and a lot of insight from the podcast. So it's been really good, and that's why I wanted to contribute and to show my support.
And you know what, man? Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and all the patrons that do that. But it's cool because now I think we have a bromance going on here now because I found out you're into Star Wars, and you have a young son like myself or a young daughter. I have a young daughter. You have a son, so we have a lot of things in common. You live in a foreign country from your local country. You live in Portugal. And but yeah, let's talk about you. How old are you, dude? Because a lot of people may not know you on this podcast because it's primarily off-road. So we're venturing into a genre I absolutely know nothing about with 12 scale. So it's going to be a learning process for me. So
sure,
let's start out. How old are you, dude?
I'm 31 years old.
Okay. And you are currently in Portugal?
Yes, I live south of Lisbon, south of the river in a city called Almada. So close to Lisbon, yeah.
Okay, and you're originally from Sweden. What part of Sweden are you from?
So I'm from a city in Sweden called Uppsala. Mm-hmm. It's around 45 minutes north of Stockholm. So very close to Stockholm in Sweden.
Just curious, what was the reason for leaving Sweden, the weather?
So I moved because of my current wife, then girlfriend. Mm-hmm. She was living in the UK, and I wanted to move over there to live with her, basically. And partly because of that, partly because of the RC scene in the UK being bigger and more active than the one in Sweden. Mm-hmm. And I guess for adventure, I mean, it was an adventure to move away from my home country. What part of the UK did you live in when you was there? So I lived in a city called Luton in Bedfordshire. Not too far from London. It's around 1 hour north of London. You may be familiar with the area. I think so. I got to spend, as people know, I got to spend some time in London and England. And that's actually what rekindled my interest in RC back in 2014. But you live in Portugal now. You have a 2-year-old son. That's awesome. I have a 2-year-old daughter. She is hell on wheels. So I hope your son isn't like that as well, because my daughter is, her nickname's Lucifina. That's why she's terror on wheels. So, cool. All right. So just for people to know, Alex actually is a world champion. We always think, when we think world champion, we think of, and Sweden, we think of David Ronefalk. But here's the other world champion as well. So in 12 scale, and we're going to learn a little bit about 12 scale today, because I don't know anything about it, but there are many listeners that do listen to this that do race it. I know Joe Zaire races it. He has another podcast because on the Ran Out of Talent. And it seems to be really big up in the northeast of America, especially
winter, obviously. So, where people can get in and get some track time. But I always like to ask people, and I read up on you a bit, how did this all start for you, dude? What was your first RC car and exposure to RC?
Yeah, so I actually started with a Kyosho Pure 10 Nitro car, like a rally 110 scale car, which I borrowed from my cousin. And I drove this car up and down the street in front of my house, and we had some fun with it. We were playing, me and my brother and my father, and we went to the local hobby shop to get some fuel for it. And we spoke to the shop guy there, and he introduced us to the local carpet track in Uppsala. Back then, there was a permanent carpet track for on-road racing, a little bit of off-road as well, but back then, touring cars were becoming really big, so that was the big class, 110 scale touring car. And yeah, we went there, and we got a lot of help from the guys there, and they introduced us to the sport, and we felt really welcome. So we became hooked, and we bought a used car, and we started running at the club as often as we could, and yeah, that's how it started. And I was 9 years old at the time. So
really,
it's been going on for a long time. I've been racing since I was very young.
Do you remember what your first car was? The first race car that you bought and went racing with?
Yeah, so we bought a used touring car, 10 scale, Afna/Hongnor. Do you know about that brand?
Yes, of course.
It was a used touring car from Afna and Hongnor. That was my first car.
They had a touring car?
They did have a touring car at the time, yeah.
A nitro one, I remember that.
They had a nitro one as well, which was based off that electric touring car.
I remember.
So that was, yeah.
What's his name used to drive it in America? Because Paul used to work with him. I forgot his name, but he was really good with it. The nitro car anyway, when Offno was big.
I can't remember the name, but yeah, they were big. They were big in off-road for a while as well, yeah.
So you got an Offna 10 scale. How did that work out for you? Did you race that for a long time, or did you switch up to a different car?
So we raced that for a little bit, but this was about the time when the associated TC3 came out, which was the best touring car for many years to come. So that car came out, and we got a TC3, which was a brand new car, and we raced that for several years. We actually raced it for the first few years of my career, and we raced only indoors on carpet at the time, because in Scandinavia, as you know, we have really short summers and long winters, so we raced primarily indoors on carpet. And yeah, I grew up racing on carpet, and I didn't really race outdoors until a few years into my career. And yeah, we saw a lot of different carpet tracks around the country, and yeah, that's how it started.
Now, I was also reading that your father used to be into full-scale rally as well.
Yeah. So my father, he used to do rallying as well as Formula 3 back in the 70s.
Really?
So he obviously had a big interest in motorsport since a long time, and that's partly why I became interested in motorsport as well. So there was always a big car thing going on in my family.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And people don't realize how big rally is in Scandinavia. And I mean, it's just like, especially in Finland, it ain't nothing else to do in there besides herd reindeers and drink and run and drive rally cars, according to Joseph.
It is true. I mean, Finland and Sweden, they produced a lot of world-class rally drivers for that reason. So that is true.
So did your dad, when you first got into this RC stuff, did he want to get into the off-road more, or was he just it's kind of weird because he's into rally. I thought off-road would have been a natural progression for you, but you went to the on-road world.
So we ended up doing mostly on-road because that's what was the main class at the time in the club where I started. And my father didn't really mind. I mean, he was hooked regardless. We had some off-road cars for a bit, but we mainly focused on-road. So yeah, that's how it continued on.
Right, because on-road was booming at this time. This is the time of Barry Baker and all these guys. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Off-road was almost dead at this point. Like, not dead, but definitely smaller than what it is now. And on-road was just super popular. What do you think the reason for that was? Was it just like because you can set up a track back then you could set up in a parking lot and do it and whatnot?
Yeah, exactly. So when touring cars started getting big, this was about the time when I started racing. So the end of the 90s, it became big, and it took obviously a lot of racers away from off-road to start with touring cars. And as you said, part of the reason was that you could actually race touring cars in a parking lot. You didn't really need any jumps or obstacles. It was maybe easier to build tracks. And I guess it was appealing at the time because the cars really resembled real cars, like real touring cars, which off-road cars may not look like real cars in the same sense.
Right. So, yeah, you got right in the big boom in the 90s. Wow, you've been around for a while, man.
Yeah, I started in 99, so this is it's a long time, yeah.
Wow, cool. That's awesome. Did your brother get into it as deep as you?
No, he only raced for a year or so. He wasn't as much into it as me. He had different interests, which he wanted to do instead. So it became more of my hobby instead of a family hobby.
Okay, sweet. All right, so you're 9 years old, you're racing onward. When did things start to get serious? Like, when did you say, your dad sit down and say, hey, we got something here?
Okay, so I raced only on a national level until I was 14 years old. We then started racing a little bit outside of the country, so in the nearby countries like Denmark and Norway. And yeah, we started to have some decent results, and yeah, we started to see that, yeah, maybe we want to do this more seriously. We want to go to the European Championships and things like that. So at that point, yeah, we started to try and be more serious, and eventually we had a little bit of success. And when X-Ray became my first sponsor when I was 15, I mean, from then on it was serious. Like we didn't treat it only as a hobby anymore. Like we wanted to treat it as a sport, as something more serious, for sure.
In your case, it's a sport, you know?
Definitely.
Most of us, it's a hobby. RC racing is a sport. Obviously, it's not physical, but I believe being physically fit helps you. But yeah, I get it, man. I get it. I didn't realize you've been with X-Ray this long. 15, since you was 15?
Yeah, so I got my first sponsorship from X-Ray in 2005. So yeah, that's a long time.
That's loyalty right there. That's almost like Neil Craig loyalty right there.
It is a loyalty which I'm very proud of. I mean, there were occasions where I was thinking about switching brands, but for one reason or the other, I always decided to stick with X-Ray. And I mean, to this day, I see it as a strength. I mean, I've been with the same brand for a long time. I was able to build something unique as a relationship with them, and also as a brand name together with them. So it's been good for both parts, I guess.
Yes, you've definitely, one of the good things about you and looking at your YouTube and just how you do things, you definitely get it, the social media side of things and the branding for yourself. And it's not many RC racers out there doing that, unfortunately, which they should be all doing, in my opinion. But, you know, some of them are racing well now. They race too much. So just curious, what was it that attracted X-Ray to you when you was 15? Did you win a big race, or how did that happen?
So at the time, actually, the Swedish X-Ray importer, the distributor, was a company that was located in my own city, in my city, Uppsala. So they were the importer. That was part of the reason. And also, one of my idols, one of my favorite drivers at the time was a Swedish driver called Andreas Hagberg. And he was a factory driver for X-Ray. And I was a big fan of his. And I really looked up to him, and I was trying to get some advice and help from him, and he eventually helped me out to get into X-Ray and to get some kind of support. And that's a lot of things to be thankful to him for that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You got to race in the same team as one of your heroes, you know, and he helped you get there. And to this day, it's amazing. I didn't realize that. Okay, so let's talk about your career here. After you was 15, when did it become like, okay, this is gonna be my job? Did you go to school? Did you go to university? Stuff like that. I want to know your background there.
Yeah, so when I finished the basic schooling in Sweden, which you finish when you're 18, you then have the choice to go to university or some kind of next level education, so to speak. So I went to university for a year because I originally wanted to become a journalist. I wanted to work with media and with writing. So I went to university for a year and I studied for a year, but I was also torn in between my career choices because X-Ray has sort of offered me a semi-professional position where they would pay me to raise not enough money to live from, but they would pay me some monthly salary, right? So
Right.
I was kind of torn in between what I wanted to do with my future, but when they offered me that contract, I was really thinking to myself, like, yeah, this used to be my dream for many years. Even though this is just a start, I mean, I'm gonna take the chance to try and do this full time. So from that moment on, I said, no more schooling. I'm gonna put 100% of my time into RC and try to become a professional and try to win as many races as I can. And my parents, they always supported my decision, even though they may not have liked it initially. But they supported my decision to do RC full time and not go to university at the time, and have not been back to university since. And I mean, today I'm really happy with my decision because I'm in a position in the industry which I get to do what I love for a living. And yeah, I mean, I feel very fortunate about my position in the industry.
I like this because you wasn't handed everything on a silver platter either, you know? Like a lot of people expect. You got a semi-professional contract where you had to make a decision. I have enough to eat ramen noodles for a week, for a month, and race RC cars. A lot of people wouldn't make. It's similar to like the decision Joseph gave me. Hey, I can get you a job, but I can't pay you. You know, and but I'll give you an opportunity. And obviously, you have definitely made the best of it. So I guess after they gave you that semi-professional contract, was they paying you to travel and all that stuff too? Like, was they covering your travel and?
Yeah, so X-Ray had me on the travel team for a few years actually before they started paying me a salary. Okay. So I was getting some travel expenses paid to go to the biggest international races, and it then became a professional position. So basically, step by step, I worked myself up the ladder from being B team to A team to semi-professional, eventually full-time professional. And I mean, it didn't happen overnight. This was a process over many years of blood, sweat, and tears, or whatever you may call it. So it didn't happen overnight, and took quite a while to get to where I am now. So I may not be the most naturally talented driver in the field, but I'm for sure one of the most hardworking ones. So I think that also shows in my position in my work ethic today.
You know what they say? There's a saying. They say, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. So when you have a little bit of talent and you work hard, you're gonna, it's just gonna be much better for you. So I guess I want to go, after you got that contract, how many years did it take you to be, or what wins did it take for you to be like, okay, now I'm getting paid a decent salary. This is my full-time job. At what age did that happen, roughly?
So I had a part-time job at the X-Ray distributor in Sweden, where I worked in the warehouse until I was 22. So 2012, I still worked part-time in that warehouse, picking orders and basically with shipping. But from 2012 and onwards, X-Ray, they were paying me like a full-time salary, so I didn't have to have the second job anymore.
Sweet.
And I could commit to doing this full-time, and I didn't have to worry about the income as much as before. So since 2012, I've been doing this full-time, 100%.
Awesome. And you know what? This is a great example of loyalty. You've been loyal to X-Ray. You worked your way up the ladder, and that's awesome. That's awesome to see. How is it working with X-Ray, with Uri? That's how you say his name, Uri and Martin. Who do you mostly work with X-Ray?
So I work mostly with Martin Hoody, who is the designer of the on-road section of the racing team. So he's also my team manager, because that's the on-road part of the team.
Okay.
I also deal with Uri a little bit, mainly when I'm at the factory or when we're discussing some product development. It can be Hoody products or such, but the the majority of the time, it's with Martin Hootie.
Okay. Sweet. I mean, X-Ray we talked about this. X-Ray gets a lot of flack, but I mean, they do a lot of, they're like one of the leading powers in RC. I would say they're more popular in Europe than they are in America, but you can't doubt their passion for RC, and they have a winning, it seems like, look at you. You've been with them for a long time. Martin Byer's been with them for a long time. Coelho's been with them for a long time. So it seems when people get there, they stay there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a company which you would like to stay with, because the way they treat things, they do everything very professionally. They always look at things long-term gains. And if you're patient and if you have the same passion as they have for the sport and for RC, then you will have a good relationship with them.
I get the feeling that Uri likes people to earn what they have too. Like, you have to earn it. Like, just because you may be the hot guy right here and whatnot, you come into this team. I feel there's like I kind of saw with the Testmans. I think when they went to X-Ray, they went from HB where they were number one. Then they came to X-Ray, and I was like, I don't know if they're going to be the number one guy there. I know people say there's no number ones and all that stuff, but we know that Coelho is X-Ray is like, we was talking like Coelho is just amazing what he can do. So, well, we'll talk about that in a bit, but I think that's what X-Ray's motto is. Hey, you got to work hard to get anywhere in this company, and that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like that. And as you said about Uri, you have to earn his respect, because a lot of people don't know his story, but his story is actually really interesting, and it almost deserves its own podcast just to tell it. But his story is sort of that he came from having no money, from having a very hard time in the era of the communism in Eastern Europe back in the 70s and 80s, and he was basically building his first cars hidden away in a closet, because he was not allowed to do this at the time, right? So
wow,
he actually built the first cars in a closet in his house, and he started with very very little resources, and look at him now, look where he is now. So it's been quite a journey for him, and that's a big inspiration as well. I think it should be a big inspiration for everybody.
I would love to get him on her, but I know his English isn't that good, so maybe it will have to be Martin.
Maybe Martin would be the one that could tell his story to the fullest.
I have a friend here. He's an older guy. He's from, I guess, what was ex-Czechoslovakia back in the day? Yeah,
so Czechoslovakia was one country before the communism fell, and then it split into Czech Republic and Slovakia.
Okay. Well, he knows Martin Beyer, and he grew up there and all that stuff, and he used to race boats back in the day. And even he was showing me just the craftsmanship that comes out of there. He was showing me like stuff that he made 30 years ago that's still working. He said, I made this, And I was like, really?
Yeah.
I mean, we always talk about old times and where he came up and RC back there and whatnot. So Slovakia is, X-Ray is awesome. Everybody was giving X-Ray flack, even myself, about the 2018 Worlds. And wow, when I saw everything after, I was just like, oh man, this is how RC should be. Kudos and well done to Uri and everybody at X-Ray. I thought it was awesome, and we could learn a lot from that.
I mean, we spoke about it a few days ago when we were chatting, and the conclusion is basically that if you're hosting the Worlds or the Euros at your home track, at your home court, I mean, that's really brave, because if you win, then people are gonna say that you cheated your way to winning and you're practicing when it was not allowed to, things like that. And if you lose, then people are going to say that your car wasn't good enough or your team is not good. And basically it's a lose-lose situation. Yes. You can only lose from it. And that's why it's so brave of these companies, not only X-Ray, but for example, Yokomo as well, to host the Worlds at Yatabe Arena, because that's your home court. I mean, you're expected to win there. And it's real difficult to get a win there and say that it's like, is a big win for you. You know what I mean?
But I mean, Uri and everybody, I mean, the money that they pumped into just even the banquet afterwards and all that stuff was super. Like, I know they spent a lot of money on that. So that's good to see.
Yeah, so probably what they wanted to achieve of course, they wanted to win the race. And yeah, they won 4-wheel drive with Bruno, of course, but they wanted to sort of prove that we may not have won the race if they didn't win, but we put on the best worlds ever. So that was their goal, and I think in many people's eyes, that's what they did. So
I would say so. Okay. Speaking of worlds, because you are a 12 scale racer, we haven't touched on that yet. You won the 2018 12 scale worlds at the Welcome RC Arena in South Africa. Unfortunately, there wasn't many people at this worlds, but it doesn't take away from your win. But I was looking at the facility, and wow, what a beautiful facility. It's a shame that more people didn't go. And yeah, run us through that. How did you become, I would say you're more of like a 12 scale specialist now. Can we say that? Or you both 10 scale and 12 scale, but your focus, you're more known for your 12 scale racing. Can I say that correctly?
I mean, that is true in one sense, because I have probably more wins in 12 scale than I have in touring car. And I've sort of become a face outwards for 12 scale because that's a class that I enjoy the most. I mean, that's my favorite class. So a lot of people see me as a 12 scale racer for that reason, that I often promote 12 scale and I try to talk about it as much as I can, even though it's not my primary class, but it is a class that I enjoy the most for sure.
Okay, we're gonna go back to that, but I wanted to know when you won the 12 scale worlds, what was your feeling, man? How was that?
Yeah, so I gotta tell you, I mean, everybody knows probably that it was not a very well attended worlds, and there's obviously a lot of debate whether my title was deserved or not. I mean, I know, looking at myself, I can say that yeah, I would have been happier if I won the worlds with a full field present, if that makes sense.
Yes.
But I know that I'm also capable of winning the worlds with a full field present. I just haven't had the luck to do that until now. I mean, I haven't had very good events in the years prior and after that World Championship, which I won. So in that sense, it's a little disappointing. But on the other hand, that is a World Championship that I won, and nothing can take that away from me. So in one sense, I was very satisfied because I treated it as a World Championship, no matter who was going to be my competition, if that makes sense.
I understand.
I prepared and I worked as hard for that Worlds as I had done for all the Worlds before that. So even though the win may have seemed easy, it was still satisfying because I worked as hard as I would have done in either case.
People don't understand the work that goes in prior to this, the years of work and wrenching and whatnot. So anybody that tries to take that away for you, just upset because they don't have one. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, most of all, I'm disappointed for the people that didn't go to the Worlds because, as you said, it was hosted at a super impressive facility, arguably one of the best in the world. It was a very nice Worlds to attend, and the people that didn't go, they really missed out on something special.
Yeah, it's a beautiful facility, and I think it comes down to just people were scared to travel there or something, similar to like back in the day when they had a Worlds there.
Yeah, so there were several reasons why people didn't want to come. Part of the reason was the scare for crime and disease and those sort of things, which in my opinion was completely unjustified. It was not a valid reason for not coming to the race.
It's similar to a lot of the people that didn't want to, well, it's canceled now, but that didn't want to go to the last year's Worlds in Brazil. People were like, I'm different. I'm like, get me a plane ticket. I've always wanted to go Brazil. You know what I mean? And even South Africa, like I would hop on a plane tomorrow and go there. They have some awesome tracks, awesome culture. I want to learn about the culture, the Zulu, like especially like the Zulu culture. And all that. I'm into all that type of stuff. But I'm similar to you. I'm not scared to travel anywhere because I've done it so from young. You know what I mean? So it's a shame. It's a shame for the actual organization and that club and all that stuff that they didn't get. I feel more for them. They didn't get the Worlds that they should have had. What I mean by that, they didn't have all the everybody there like they should have. I think that was the most disappointing thing. But you know, I don't know, man. People just get scared of everything. Not me. Give me a plane ticket. I'm out of here. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, I cannot speak for Brazil because I've never been to Brazil, but when it comes to South Africa, there's really nothing to worry about when it comes to safety, because Welcome is also a small city quite far away from
Johannesburg.
Quite far away from the capital, and there's really not much there to be scared of. So it was a shame, but hopefully he'll get another Worlds in the future, and he can try to put on a better show with more drivers joining.
Yeah, for sure. What other memorable wins do you have? I was trying to look up information from you. Do you have any Euros or anything, or anything like that?
Yeah, so I won my first World Championship title in 2014.
Okay, so you're a two-time world champion.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't find that information.
That's all right. Don't worry. I mean, the first title was in 2014 in Bangkok, Thailand, in 110 scale Nitro.
Oh, so you did do some glory racing.
Yeah. So I know you're all about the Nitro, and
yes.
I've retired from Nitro racing for now because I'm focusing mainly on electric. But for many years, I was doing a lot of Nitro racing and also a little bit of 8 scale on road. So I used to race a lot of Nitro, and that was the World Championship that I won in 2014 was in that class.
I'm sorry, dude. You are a two-time world champion. And in 2014, 10 scale Nitro, I was watching some video of that the other day. Oh my, them things are amazing, man. They're so fast.
Yeah, it's a nice class. I mean, it's pretty complex. The Nitro racing with the pit stops and everything. It's a lot of things going on. So I always found it really exciting. I think it's more demanding as for the material than electric racing. You need to put in more work, more material preparation with Nitro than you have to do with electric. And that's part of the reason why I think it suffers compared to electric. But I always enjoyed racing it. I always had a lot of fun doing it.
How about 8 scale, man, on road? That's like, for me, I've driven them. I haven't raced them on a track, but I've driven them, and I just think I love them. I love them.
I mean, it is expensive, but it is amazing to drive. I mean, it is the fastest RC car class when it comes to corner speed, grip, everything. I mean, the cars have so much grip. I mean, you can be full wood coming into the sweeper at the end of the straight and just not lift, and the car just keeps on going. So it's
amazing. It's
really rewarding to drive. It's a lot of fun. But as you said, it's a little expensive. It's a little difficult maybe if you're a beginner or a hobbyist, but it's for sure sort of the king of the RC classes.
But onward, I think Nitro Bug is the king of. Well, I'm sorry, we can have that debate, but it's definitely, and it seems to be coming back. How did you make out in that when you did race it? Did you do well in it, or was anything from electric able to transfer over into the 8 scale side of things when you did it?
Yeah, so I think Nitro is, as for driving, how driving is concerned, it's not that different to electric. It's really easy to go between the two classes, but it is the material work, the preparation, the mechanical work on the side, which is a lot tougher in Nitro, which it requires you to have more knowledge and more experience. So you really need to have a good mechanic that helps you out and helps to keep your equipment ready and stuff like that. So it's definitely more demanding in that sense than electric.
Awesome, man. Well, I hope you get back into some Nitro racing. As we talk, the GT class is really growing around the world. I have one right back there. In fact, that's the only people that are racing here at the moment. There's only one track, and it's in the capital. So I might get it together. It's relatively less expensive than full 8 scale GP racing. The only thing, like I was telling you, the tires can be a little bit expensive because they're about the same price as buggy tires. But I think it's a great class. The cars are tougher, and it's booming. It's especially big in Latin America here. Just throughout the Caribbean, like throughout, Central and Latin America, it's super big. Like in Peru, it's really big. And Brazil, well, they ain't racing right now. So what do you think about that class and the future of that?
I think 1.8 GT is great because it's a class which caters to beginners and to hobbyist kind of racer. It's a lot more forgiving if you're just doing this as a hobby, because the track conditions don't matter as much. You can race on rougher tracks with less grip. The track doesn't have to be sprayed. It's just a bit more forgiving. The cars can take a beating. You can crash really hard and they don't really break as easily as 10 scale or 8 scale nitro. And it's just...
They're pretty much 8 scale buggies with 2 speeds and dropped and whatnot. Awesome class, man.
It is a good class, and I think it's going to keep growing. And as you said, the really big market right now is South America, and it's getting bigger in Europe as well.
Yeah, so maybe we see you behind the wheel of one of them in the future, hopefully.
I mean, it's not impossible. It's a possibility for sure.
I'm just trying to get you running nitro, man. My dream would be to be able to see you run off road, but that's fine. All right, so I want to talk about 12 scale.
Yes.
And because I don't know anything about it. I know it used to be extremely big back in the day. It's not as big now, but from talking to you, it seems to be coming back. So let's talk about that. How big was 12 scale when you first got into it?
So when I first started racing, I didn't do 12 scale right away. I just did touring cars at the beginning. But back then, 12 scale was suffering a little bit because of the popularity of touring cars. So for a few years, touring cars were really booming, and that was the main class. And it took a while for 12 scale to sort of get back the momentum. And I would say it's always been there. It's been a little up and down in popularity throughout the years. It's always had a strong following in the US and the UK. There's always been a strong culture for 12 scale in those countries. But it's always been a little up and down in popularity. In the last couple of years, it's gained back some popularity, I would say, because of something we spoke about the other day, which is a new class. Right? Is a new class called GT12, which is sort of an entry level class for 12 scale, which is basically a 12 scale with more of a car looking like body. So not the sports car type of body shop, but it's more like a small touring car, and it's got a bigger bumper in the front. And it's a spec motor and spec tire. So they even tried running these cars with rubber tires in the US, so not foam tires anymore. And this also has made it more appealing for beginners and for club racers. Less maintenance, basically, less setup, and more driving. So that's been a big help, and it's worked as a stepping stone into real 12 scale, so to speak.
I have to go look at some pictures of these because I like the scale aspect, and the on-road side of things can do that. I know it's not aerodynamically the same, but I love the scale factor. You're gonna have to send me some pictures of these cars. I have to look it up. But what is your attraction to 12 scale? Why do you like it so much, and why do you think people like it? Because I've never seen it before in my life. Never seen them go. Never driven one. You know, we never had carpet tracks and all that type of stuff. They used to race them on asphalt too, right? Or prep track. They race them on prep tracks and all that, outdoors and whatnot too, right?
Yeah, they still race 12 scale on asphalt. And in fact, the Worlds that I won in South Africa, that was on asphalt.
I didn't even realize that.
It was indoor asphalt, which is a lot better because the track conditions are usually better. But they still race 12 scale on asphalt in some countries in the world. But it is primarily good on carpet. It is a class which it works better on carpet. But yeah, why do I like it? Because to me, it's the most satisfying class to drive when the car is working right. But on the opposite end of things, when the car is not working right, it can be the most frustrating. So it gives you both. It gives you that frustration when the car is not set up right, but it gives you that intense satisfaction when the car is really working. So that's part of the reason. And another reason is the simplicity. I mean, the cars are very simple. They're rear wheel drive. They're pretty small, light, and the suspension is fairly simply built. There's only so many things that you can change on the setup. So I really enjoy the simplicity, that they're more affordable than, say, touring cars, and you don't need as big of a track to race these cars as you would for touring cars. You can run on a smaller track with narrower lanes, and you can get away with that. So it's really a good class for club racing, and I mean those are the main reasons why I really enjoy it.
Yeah, those all make sense. What's the cost point for getting into full scale, 12 scale versus the spec class?
So the spec class, GT12, I mean, let's say it's 20 or 30% cheaper because you don't need as much tires, you don't need as much body shells. The speedos are not as expensive. It is definitely cheaper, probably 20 to 30% cheaper than full on 12 scale.
Right, because 12 scale would have to be a little bit more expensive because everything has to be specially made, right? Everything has to be smaller and, smaller ESCs, smaller receivers, all that type of stuff. So that kind of makes it a specialty in already a niche and already niched market. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's 1S batteries, 1S speedos. You need a smaller servo for your 12 scale than you would for your touring car. And those sort of things. So yeah, it's definitely some things which you have to buy, which you cannot use in other classes.
Yeah, man. I hope to see it one day. And the spec, don't they have like a 10 scale? They have a US GT class as well. I think like a 10 scale version of what you guys are doing in 12 scale.
Yes, so US GT is a touring car with sort of a sports car body shell, but there's a class called World GT, which is a 10 scale pan car, which is basically a overgrown 12 scale. So that was a class that was big for many years, but that sort of lost some popularity now, and now it's more about the US GT, which you said, which is actually is a touring car with a more realistically looking body shell.
One of my biggest pet peeves has always been on-road can look scale. Unfortunately, the on-road cars you guys race now don't look like real cars. Why is that? Is it for performance, or is it for or is it people? I don't know. Maybe it's a licensing thing too. They can't get licensing to do these particular bodies, or maybe they put a body that looks similar to it. But what's your thought on this? What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, the reason for the competition body shells not looking like real cars anymore is purely because of performance. We have something called the GBS, the Global Body Spec Rule, which is a set of dimensions which manufacturers are meant to follow when they make a body shell. And they really maxed out these rules to try and get as much downforce as possible. So they've really gotten away from a realistically looking body shell. And this is purely because of performance and to get as much downforce as possible. And that's apparently what the market wants. So this is what drivers want. And you can argue that that's not good for promoting touring car racing, and it may not look good for people getting into the hobby and things like that. But I agree and I disagree, because you also have classes where you have more scale realism. Like you have the US GT class, which we just spoke about, and you have the Tamiya TT01 class, which the cars look really like real cars. Obviously with a lot worse performance. But yeah, we have those classes. And the main competition touring car classes today, yeah, they have this phenomenon going on. And to put an end to this, you would have to put limits to the body shell dimensions. And the current limits we have, they allow for this to happen. So it's not like somebody's done anything wrong. It's just the rules being completely maxed out. Yeah.
The gray area. Now, when you guys tech your cars, do you have to meet a standard on your bodies as well? Like do they have a template or something like they do it in NASCAR, where they have a template they put over your car? How do they tech your body?
Yeah, so it's pretty strict. There's a minimum height, so the body shell needs to be a certain height. It can only be a certain width as well. The rear wing has to be a certain size, and it cannot be too tall. So everything is really strict when it comes to the body shell dimensions. And we even had a minimum weight rule for the body shells in the ETS for the last 2 seasons, which the body shell cannot be lighter than 85 grams. And the reason for that was that the body shells were becoming so ridiculously light that basically it sacrificed durability. So we would have bodies that were so light that you crash once and the body shell is done. And unfortunately, that's the reality now. The body shells now, they weigh around as little as 60 grams, like race ready, where 10 years ago they could weigh 120 grams. So it's almost half the weight of what they used to be. And is really extreme, and it's a big problem especially if you're a beginner and if you're a club racer.
It's great. So on-road has definitely faded to what it used to be. Why do you think that is?
So I would say that on-roads lost some following over the last 10 years, probably because there's not enough young people getting into the hobby, and it's an aging crowd, so to speak.
Yes.
The medium age becomes higher and higher. We only really see young people getting into the hobby on the off-road side, especially off-road electric on carpet in Europe is the class where we actually see young kids coming into it. We see a lot fewer young kids coming into it on the on-road side, and that's why it's slowly not dying, but it's becoming a little smaller every year. We lose some races every year, and the medium age becomes higher and higher, and just too high.
And then here I am complaining that we don't have enough young guys in off-road. I think we're not making it appealing to these young guys. You know what I mean? There's so much competition out there right now with PlayStation and cell phones and, social media, that doing RC, and it's just not cool. Like, you know what I mean? Well, I think it's cool, but it's a shame. That seems to be a problem with RC racing, period. The age limit just getting old. Obviously, off-road we get younger people in, but it's difficult, man. It's difficult. And especially then you're going to take away, like, I know people like jumps. The appeal to off-road cars also is that you can take it out in your driveway and drive it if you wanted to. I don't know if you can really do that with a 12 scale nowadays.
No,
but,
no.
I think people should race more on-road too, because I think it makes you, Greg Degani always says, you want to be a better off-road driver, drive on-road, because it teaches you corner speed. And I have a buddy now, his son, Cody and Joe, they're racing. He actually took that advice to heart. And I was just talking to him last night. He's like, he's in Texas. Joe's down there killing it on the 10 scale on the on-road track. He races nitro too. And it's like, I said, well, you guys are back in. He goes, yeah, we got, like Degani said, we got to build corner speed. I was like, no, this is true. So it's unfortunate, but I think RC in period is going through this stage. You know what I mean? Just trying to get new people. We're not focusing on getting new people, which is something we're going to talk about in a minute. But I just had two more questions on road, and then we can go on to some other really fun stuff. What is the biggest innovation in on road lately, you would say?
When it comes to car design,
yeah,
you mean,
design.
or yeah,
Car
definitely. The car that stands out in touring car racing right now is the Automatics, the Russian designed touring car, which has a completely different style of suspension with the leaf springs and the really low center of gravity.
Really?
And just as a additional fact to that, they also have a 12 scale now, which is really radically different to the other 12 scales on the market. The weight bias is completely different. The suspension is something which we've never seen before, and they've really pushed the envelope when it comes to car design and innovation. And that's something which has pushed us, other manufacturers, to try and improve our program. So yeah, Automatic has been a trendsetter lately when it comes to car design, and that was needed because there were many cars on the market which they looked basically the same, and for many years, and we were just copying each other and nobody really invented anything. And yeah, Automatics definitely came and turned things around.
Yeah, so everybody's gonna have to step up their game. I think on-road maybe is a little easier to be innovative in the long run than off-road, because off-road I think just takes too many hits sometimes, and sometimes you can't be too innovative. Like stuff that's on road that works really might not work crossover to off-road, especially like this is what's that serpent car that has the, I don't know if extra, see, I don't know much about it, but like a floating, their suspension is on some sort of weird, maybe the Automatics car, but it doesn't have a shock. It's I don't know, I can't remember.
Yeah, they don't have a traditional shock. They have a shock which is built into the lower arm, and the spring is built into the same assembly. So when you first look at a car, you don't really see the shocks on the car. You have to look specifically for the shock in the arm. And Serpent actually had a a different solution on their previous car design where they had shocks mounted inline in the middle of the chassis. So also something completely different.
Mm-hmm. Sweet. Do you think we'll see parking lot touring car come back?
I mean, to be honest, it's already going on in the US. At least there's a lot of shops that have parking lot tracks and a lot of clubs. I see they race on parking lots because there's a lack of permanent facilities, so to speak, and they have no option other than to race on a parking lot. They have to put some sugar water down and use some simple track markings and race on a parking lot like they used to do in the 90s. So that's a little old school, but
boomed, man.
Yeah, that's back to the roots. But I mean, it's necessary because there's not enough permanent tracks.
I think that's where the GT class will shine. Because, you're like me. When I sit for too long, my back starts to hurt. I know exactly what you're going through right there. The GT class is able to do that on a whole different level because it's just better, it's higher and better suspension. I think once I know guys are doing them electric too, even though I love nitro and it's a glory. I would say that GT on-road would have to really get some good electric ones going so we can get more people going. And that might be the class that makes on-road boom again. Because it's really popular.
I mean, to be honest with you, it's looking really good. I mean, it's really bringing a lot of interest now, and it's appealing for the beginner and for the hobbyist, and that's what we need. So yeah, I think you're right about that.
And Mini Z, because we talked about that too. I think that's awesome. I mean, David Ronnefeld got into RC through Mini Z. Mini Z is back. I guess COVID kind of pushed that too. You know, people needing smaller tracks and. Man, some of these Mini Z tracks, they look so real, and the price point is great. Of course, us as RC racers are ruining it because now we have these custom Mini Zs and all this type of stuff. But this is something I'm very interested in, and even getting myself a couple in a track here.
Yeah, I mean, as we spoke about the other day, Mini Z it's great for that reason that you can build a track in your house at home. You don't need a big space to build a track, and that's been really cool during the pandemic because even though people were in lockdown, they could still race something at home, and this was Mini Z. So it's been sort of booming in the last year, and I can really see why. And if you think about it, considering the size of the cars, the performance is really good, and you can actually work on them a little bit. So it's not a bad class. I mean, it's a really good class to bring RC to the masses.
I agree, man, and it looks real. They look awesome. That's the main thing, and it's pretty cheap. I think like $200 and then 4 AA batteries and yeah, good stuff. So cool, man. I want to see on-road grow because I want RC to grow. So that's why I wanted to ask about it. If I'm just saying this, hey, Alex is always responding to questions and he's got a YouTube channel, Alexander Hagberg. So check him out, follow him on Facebook, House of RC too. He just did all of that. If you're into on-road and you want to have some questions, he'll answer your questions. He answered me right away. So I appreciate that. All right, let's talk about RC, the future, your future, branding. Yeah, now we get into hour in and we get into the really fun stuff that I like. I like all this stuff too, but I wanted people to know who you were. Okay, so look, first off the bat, no Worlds. They've been canceled or postponed. That was announced yesterday. I know we was talking about it. Hopefully somebody can make a race for you guys. I really feel for you guys, the European guys, because over in America, they're racing, which I'm happy for. I'm glad they are. But you guys are sitting there. You're not racing. You need to race. I don't care what anybody says. You can practice as much as you want, but racing is the best practice. I really feel for you guys. So let's tell the world what you hope can happen here. No Worlds. So we know there's not going to be Worlds, but hopefully we could get something organized where you guys can get racing this year in Europe.
Yeah, so it's a real shame, obviously, for the racing situation in Europe because of the strict lockdowns which we've had in Europe for a majority of the last year. It's really made it difficult to have any racing at all, and of course, large international events like Euros or Worlds has seemed almost impossible. And I mean, now with the vaccinations going on and lockdowns hopefully getting eased in the springtime, there's definitely possibilities through the summertime to have races again. And it's a shame because I think EFRA and IFMAR, they're in a really tough spot to not be able to have these events on, which I understand. It's not fair to host a world championship when not all nations are able to travel to the race.
Agreed.
You cannot have a Worlds and call it an IFMAR Worlds when not everybody are able to come. But what you could do alternatively is perhaps to, instead of calling it a EFRA Euros or an IFMAR Worlds, you could call it a World Cup or something unofficial, and you could still put on a big event, and whoever is able or willing to come could come, and you could host a World Cup champion or a European Cup champion, and you can maintain some interest for the international racing, and you can keep the pro drivers racing, and you can keep some interest up instead of everything just being canceled and postponed. So that's just an alternative thought which I had for these homologating bodies to consider, and I don't think they're gonna do it in the end, but that's something I would do if I was running the organization, you know.
Maybe somebody else steps up and does it, and just be unofficial.
Yeah, so that's my opinion, and I don't know if something's gonna happen, but I'm sure that you'll agree with me on this.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. You know, we can go on about federations and lack of what they do. I actually think EFRA is one of the better federation, I think EFRA is the best federation out there. I mean, you can look at American racing right now. It's leaderless. There's Raw is, I mean, maybe on the on-road side it's a little different, but on the off-road side for Raw, it's just nothing. You know what I mean? Hey, pay your entry, have a race, see you later. I can't wait for the nationals. Don't get me wrong. But this is a problem in general with RC. I think I've said this over and over. We need to promote what we're doing, and like I look at you, I look at Ron Falk, I look at guys like Rivkin. I think they're professionals. You know what I mean? You go to the track, you look good, you get it. Like you do your social media thing, you build your brand, you do a professional way. You attack RC in a professional manner. You know what I mean? I think you and Ron Falk are very similar in that fact. I just see all these guys not doing that. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, this, like JQ talked about it, branding. You know what I mean? It's important, man. But this is the thing that I feel like if RC actually had we have professional racers. If we had professionalism in RC, we would figure out, and we know, okay, we need to get these 20 guys to race. These are the pro guys, or 15 guys. If we could figure out how to do that, and I mean, look, and Supercross, they're putting on events. You know, all these people I mean, obviously it's in America, it's a little different. But if there was some professionalism in RC to that extent, maybe we could organize something better this year for everybody to partake. I know it's still difficult for you guys to travel and whatnot, but I want to see you guys race. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
Like, I like seeing the average guy race too, but what gets me, my blood flowing is seeing the best of the best in the world going at it.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why it's important to, as soon as we can, to try and start racing again and to try and put on races. But unfortunately, my job is not to
do that.
Basically, my job is not to bring more people into the hobby, and my job is not to put on races. But if I can be the best professional that I can be, and to try and promote my brand as good as I can, I think that can actually help to make people interested in this. And if somebody says that, yeah, I bought an X-ray car because of you, or I got into 12 scale because of you saying something good about it, I mean, then I've done my job. I mean, that's a good thing that I can do.
Yes.
What EFRA and IFMAR needs to do is to try and make the hobby and the racing more appealing to the bigger crowd.
Oh, I agree. That's the federation's job, and the manufacturers should get more involved in it too, because I'm kind of like this now with EFRA, IFMAR, and all the stuff. I think we need to just get rid of all the old blood. I know there's some good people, younger people thinking like this in these organizations, but it's hard when you got all the. It's hard. It's like the old school way of doing things. It's just RC period. Like, oh, we've been doing this for 40 years. Well, it's now things are different. So I think if we could get some of them out, more people like you who could, I know this isn't your job, but you talk very good, you're sensible, you think things out. But if you could get more people like you in there that want to progress this industry and this sport further, we need to. But it's hard for them to release that grip, you know. And it's even in the manufacturers thing. It's like it's old school thinking. RC is so far behind the times, in my opinion. Like we're so far behind the times in a lot of things. And we could be doing so much more to promote our awesome sport. So.
Absolutely. And I just like to say one thing in addition to that you say that RC is old school. You're absolutely right, especially when it comes to advertising the sport and when it comes to using social media and such. We're really behind in this. And I mean, X-Ray is one of the better brands when it comes to working social media. Yeah, they're doing a really great job, but unfortunately, the other brands are, in my opinion, quite far behind. I mean, they don't really promote their brands. They don't really show what they have to offer. They don't make their brands appeal to the masses. I mean, X-Ray is doing a great job, but
I agree.
We need more brands. We need more brands that are really taking that step when it comes to social media, for example.
For sure. I mean, X-Ray always was thinking outside of the box. I remember when they did when you had to dress up in a suit and take the pictures and all that type of stuff. And even just their releases of their new cars, they're always definitely outside of the box. But I mean, here we are. Like, for instance, this no prep drag race that I told you about they had last week in Las Vegas, $18,000 in the line. It's mostly like, honestly, like hobbyist people, hobby level people, and some off-road guys were racing that used to all race off-road. But the atmosphere, like so many vendors there and having their but this is because it's scale, it's easy, and there's so many people making parts for this. It's like the trail scale thing. It's just a different atmosphere, but I'm saying it and I'm going to keep saying it on every podcast. I think we should take you guys as professionals, like take the race promoter, take some time, make a factory row, put your products on display, brand your table nice, and cater to spec. Let's get some spectators in there, you know? Yes, we can still do the whole pit together. We're on the same thing that is appealing with RC. You know, like the fact that a regular guy can come up and talk to you is the appealing thing of RC. But we also need to have, I think we need to get you guys, and I mean you, the professional guys who are getting paid to do this, we need to utilize you guys more to promote what we're doing. And yeah, companies just are dropping the ball. And now all the companies want to do their own social media. There's no real independent media in RC now, which is bad. As you as a journalist should know that, or wanting to be a journalist, you know how important that is. So there's nobody to critique these companies. Maybe we do it on the podcast, but I mean, we're just a small little podcast compared to what these other companies can do. But we have a voice. So, but I just want to see things different, man. Things can be so much better for everybody. And you get it. Ronafel gets it. A lot of the drivers get it. But I think we need you guys to start saying it more too. Once you guys start saying it more, then the people that are racing listening to it, the manufacturers might listen. Well, I might say, shut up and do what you pay it to do too. But I mean, who could this hurt? Who could being more professional and treating this professionally and using you guys and for what you're here for? No offense. Who would that hurt? That would hurt nobody. It would help if it brought 10 new people in or one person in at a race. That's worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree. And looking from what no prep drag racing has become within such a short time, looking at that as a fact, I mean, that only proves that you can make RC big, you can make it popular, you can make it appeal to beginners. Because, I mean, look at that. That's huge. That's so much money and so much products being consumed within a short time that it is possible. You just have to think outside of the box and change the rules around a little bit. And yeah, then RC can be big like that.
We have no charisma in RC. You know what I mean? There's no charisma. There's no more bad boy who can go out there and beat people. We need that. We need characters. Have you seen this Racecraft USA got they're sponsors of the podcast, Chase, and have you seen their videos they're doing for the commercials?
I haven't, no, but I've heard about it. Yeah.
These guys, like Chase is an ex-skater, so he's bringing that type of. And I said, for me, it's a breath of fresh air. You know what I mean? Not the same. You know, like I want you guys to, I know you guys have contracts and you have to worry about things, But I really like it. For me, if I had a pro driver, I'd be like, all right, we're doing a video promo for this race, like wrestling. We're going to do it crazy. And we need this. I think people think I'm crazy, but we need this. Like,
yeah, it's a bit like that these days. I mean, people are too scared to say something that could hurt feelings. But that's a problem that's bigger than RC. But
yes.
let's not get into that too much.
We're not getting into that. What you did say you wanted to talk about the negative side of social media too, which I know I'm a part of as well at some points. But
yeah,
I like to do things. I think we have to question things so people can think. That's my whole thing. You can be negative, but offer solutions. So let's talk about that, because that's something that you wanted to talk about too, is the negative side of social media.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, this is something that's been concerning to me for quite a while. I mean, I think it became exaggerated since the pandemic started, when people had more free time to spend on social media. And on one hand, social media is great for promoting RC, for bringing people together, for advertising product, all those reasons. But it can also be negative for the reason that people go onto social media to complain, to give criticism which is not constructive, and to bash products, to bash brands which they don't like necessarily, and just to bring unnecessary negativity. And you can see this clearly on Facebook, for example, in the comment field, that people they go on there to bash products. I mean, they just bring negativity, which is not necessary. And I think it brings a lot of bad
baggage,
bad publicity, bad conflict between brands, things like that, which is the last thing we need right now, especially since the pandemic started. We've had less racing. RC as a general is fine. RC in general is doing great, but racing has sort of suffered since the pandemic started, and we really need to come together instead of bad mouthing each other, if that makes sense.
I agree. I mean, even me, when we talk about products, I mean, look at the Hootie hobby knife. I posted that and I was like, come on, X-Ray. And I know X-Ray has gotten a lot of flack. I mean, Max defended her on the last podcast. I think he was talking about copying, and how people were saying that the X-Ray is a complete copy of this and that and that. And what he made sense, he says, if it works, you use it. You know what I mean? It's not copying. It's just everybody's going to use it. But if, it's a big thing that we was talking about. I can't remember exactly what he's saying, but he kind of defended X-Ray. And he said, it may look the same, but it's not the same. You know what I mean? So, and it's hard to be innovative when you know something, like, especially like I said, innovative in off-road is hard because it's so much out there and people know what works and all that type of stuff. But on-road, you guys can do it a little bit more. But unfortunately, that's life too. Social media side, everybody has a say. I'm a part of that too. But I also I want to bring positivity and solutions. Like if I say something, it's because I want people to think or make something exciting. Like, like me picking Fend all the time, even though he disappoints me all the time. All right. So what do you do? You live in, like, just real quick, what is your day like for you? Mean as, do you have a track nearby for you? Do you get to practice? Do you ever go hook up with your teammate Coelho? I'm not sure. I can't remember where he lives in Portugal, but
he does.
There? Yeah, I know he lives in Portugal, but I don't know which part. I can't remember.
So he lives only 25 minutes away from me, so very close. So we have an on-road track in Lisbon, just 15 to 20 minutes away from my house, which it's a really old track. The asphalt's really old, but it's still good enough for practice, so we can go there for testing. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to go for the last 7 or 8 weeks because of a lockdown.
Oh, wow.
That's still going on, but that's where we go for practice usually. So when I'm at home, I try to go to the track at least a few days a week, and in between, I mean, there's always something to do when you're working from home as an RC professional. There's obviously talking to customers, talking to other racers, trying to answer messages. I've been trying to work as much as I can with social media, making content for YouTube, and also talking to the factory about development of a new product. So it's busier than people think, I would say, to be a full-time racer. There's always something to do. Even though you're not racing, there's always work to be done, so to speak.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, you've been killing it. Your YouTube's awesome. I really love the pit bitch one from Control with Matt. I thought that was so funny.
Yeah.
Couple of before, I know we mentioned Coelho. So this is Coelho we're talking about. Who's faster, you or Bruno?
Yeah. So to be completely honest with you, I think it's a pretty easy question to answer. I mean, Bruno is the faster driver. And in my opinion, he is the best driver in the world when it comes to natural talent and raw speed. I think he's the best driver, and it's been a real it's been a help as well as a curse to have him as a teammate, because I can really push myself to become better when I'm racing with him. And I do think that I have advantages as well. Like, I'm more technically experienced. I know more about setting up the car. I'm more meticulous, things like that. But as a driver, as a natural talent, yeah, he's definitely the better driver.
Oh, I mean, he's awesome, dude. But I think it's good because you recognize that he's a more talented than you, but you're working harder to beat him. And as we was talking before, like, you're able to see, okay, that's a fault. Like, I'm never gonna be able to be as talented as him, but I can work harder and get my things ready for him to go after him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you need to be realistic about your skills as a driver to look at the facts and say that, yeah, he is the better driver. If we have the exact same car, he's going to beat me most likely, unless he has a really bad day. And then you need to say to yourself that, yeah, if I'm willing to work hard to make my stuff and my program better, then yeah, I can beat him. But just when it comes to talent, yeah, he's going to beat me most days of the week, you know? So I think this is what most pro drivers, they realize, and they know their limits, and they know what they have to work with. But in general, as an RC racer, people need to be aware of their skill level, and they need to use that to try and improve.
An unrealistic assessment of their abilities are not allowing them to really focus and work on what they need to. Like, it's like, oh, I can do this triple on this track every time, but I can't do the double over here and I can't do the corners properly. So stop doing the triple and go focus on that stuff. Good stuff. Something else I wanted to talk to you about. VRC. I was reading an interview where you said you was getting into that. I don't know how that's going for you, if you're still doing it. What's your thoughts on VRC? Does it help you at all?
So I actually raced a little bit of VRC last year when we first went into lockdown, so I couldn't go to the track. I did quite a bit of VRC last spring, and I did a little bit again last month because I couldn't go to the track. So I think when you don't have the opportunity to actually go racing and practicing, it's a really good alternative to getting wheel time, because it is somewhat realistic. I mean, it's the closest you can get to racing an RC car while not being at a track. Yes, it is a game. You need to treat it as a game. You cannot use the setup physics and things like that to 100% as you would in real RC. But when it comes to holding your transmitter and actually controlling something on the screen, it's not too different from RC. So I think, it can really help you. And also, if you're racing online, you can really use that to get used to the pressure and to keep your concentration up for a longer duration of time and things like that. So I think it can be really useful, not only for me as a professional, but for hobbyists as well.
Yeah, and maybe that's a tool that we can use to attract new people in. You know what I mean? Never even thought of it. Gamers,
sure.
They love it. Hey, but you can do this in real life. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can play it on the computer, but
you
know, you can go buy yourself a car and do this in real life. We have so many things we could be utilizing to grow RC. We just need to use our brains and come together. We can be rivals on the track. That's where we need to be rivals on. It's okay. If I don't like you as a racer, that's fine. But as manufacturers, we need to stop. I like for me, like I see it in offer, we need to stop trying to steal each other's drivers and poach each other's drivers, and do what we have to do on the track. Like, let your work and your car speak on the track, and that attract people. Unfortunately, like when I go to most of these races, you know, it's always like this is some pet peeve I've had with management and all that stuff. We need to come together and do things like have an agreement on things, but man, we can't even agree to say like certain things are good and bad in RC. So how are we gonna? It seems daunting, but I think it's changing. It's switching around, but it's a long ways away from what we need to do. So racing.
I mean, yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that you're absolutely right, and I think part of something that could help is a podcast like yours, because even though I'm not an off-road racer, I come and listen to the podcast, and I can learn something from what you guys are doing in off-road. I can apply that to on-road. I can learn more about the industry as a whole, and that's why we need to be united through the classes, through the homologating bodies, and we need to learn from each other rather than fight each other.
Because racing can die. It's died. Like, I mean, 10 scale died and then it came back, and 8 scale was, kind of on the teeter-tot. I mean, it's still popular, but I live in an area where we had 3 tracks 4 years ago. Before I started working in RC, we had 3 tracks and we had about 35 people racing, and now it's dead, like off-road, dead.
Yeah.
Nothing. So trust me, I know things can happen, and I don't want to see that happening. I want this to be bigger and better. The more people racing RC cars, the better it is for everybody. Okay, let's talk about your future. So you're 31 years old. We say, as you get older, you get slower. What does the future look like for you? You have a family, you have a young son, a lot more time coming up on your hand. I mean, a lot more time spending outside of RC because you have a family now. What does the future look like for Alexander Hagberg?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be realistic about looking upon my future as a professional racer. That it's not going to last forever. That I will only be fast for so long, that I will only be competitive until a certain point. And I obviously want to race as long as I can, competitively. But hopefully when I cannot do that anymore, I can use my position in the industry to work with something that's not only as a racer, but maybe as a team manager or as a distributor, or doing some kind of work in the RC industry, which is not as a pro racer.
Right. Because
of the passion I have for the sport, and because of all the connections I have and all the friends that I have made in RC.
If you could have a dream job outside of racing in RC, not outside of racing in RC, what would it be? What would you like to do? If someone said, all right, Alex, we're giving you a budget tomorrow, you have a business plan, what would you do?
I mean, something completely non-RC related?
No, it'll be RC related, but if you could have a position in RC right now or do something in RC, what would it be?
I would love to work for X-Ray as not only as a racer, but as a team manager or as a developer, to do testing and development of new products, and to help the X-Ray brand grow. So that's something I would like to do.
How about the journalism side of things? You ever thought of maybe doing a blog or anything like that? I know you do your YouTubes and you're very busy, but I think a blog is always good.
Yeah, I would love to maybe do some reporting from races, doing video, doing writing blogs, things like that. I have a passion for doing that sort of stuff. So maybe in the future, that's something I will consider as well.
Sweet. Well, I just have a few quick questions. I haven't done this for a while, and this is coming right off the cuff of my. I haven't even written them down. We haven't done like the 10 question segment. So I wanted to kind of do it with you because I think you'll be good at this. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you have to give me like a one word or multi-word, not a long whatever. We can answer it however you want. But I'm going to say maybe it's one word and that's it, or maybe it's a question.
Okay.
So the first one up is, do you speak Portuguese?
A little bit.
No, tá bom? Bom dia.
Bom dia, estás bom?
Sí.
Fala bem português?
I speak a little bit of it. I understand a little bit of it because of Spanish, but it's different. It's different.
It is very different. A lot of people don't realize how different it is.
Yes. Okay, number 2. Who is your greatest rival in RC?
So the greatest rival
For you.
is definitely Mark Reinhardt,
Okay.
the German world champion.
He's amazing too. If you wasn't racing RC cars, what would you be racing?
Maybe go-karts.
Really? Okay. Okay, sweet. Outside of racing RC cars, what do you have any other hobbies?
I like cooking. I cook a lot because that's something I cannot do when I travel so much. So I try to enjoy cooking when I'm at home with my family.
What's your specialty dish?
So I cook a lot of pasta and a lot of pizza. I really like Italian food.
Okay. All right. In all your travels, what has been your favorite country to visit?
Oof, tough one. But I really love Singapore.
Okay. What
Singapore
was
is
it about Singapore that you loved?
It's a bit of the Western world, but in Southeast Asia, if that makes sense.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I'm gonna say a name here, and I want you to say the first thing that comes to your mind. It's just gonna be some off-road races. I don't know if you follow them, but Ryan Mayfield.
Oh, raw speed.
Okay. David Ronnefalk.
A true professional.
Ryan Cavallari.
A bit like Ryan Mayfield, but maybe more refined.
Good assumption. I actually think Cav could be one of these guys that could, if he focused on road, he would be a world champion too. I think, he has touch on it. And I know Ronnefalk's actually really doing a lot of on-road now too. He was getting ready for the Worlds here. So,
he's got his own track, so for sure.
I know. I actually thought you was there in Sweden. I didn't realize that. Okay, one more word. RC, racing.
The best hobby that you can do.
Awesome. You know what, Alex? Can I call you Alex? It was a great chat with you. Oh, I forgot one thing. Who's your favorite? I have two things, actually. What's your favorite Star Wars movie and character?
The Empire Strikes Back.
Okay.
It's my favorite movie, and you're probably going to hate me for this, but I like Jar Jar Binks.
I don't have a problem with Jar Jar. I don't have a problem with him. And number two, what is that symbol on your? Because I was watching that video, that Turkish symbol that you have on your. It's Turkish, correct?
Yes. Hang on, I'll show it to you.
Okay.
You're talking about the eye right here, right?
Yeah. How did that come about?
So this is from my Turkish friend, Mustafa Alp. He gave this to me. And this symbol, if you use this symbol on your belongings, if you put this on your stuff, it's supposed to reflect whenever somebody is wishing bad things for you.
Okay, deflect it, yeah.
Yeah, so for example, if I'm leading a race and somebody is hoping for me to blow out or to crash, right? Then this can help to reflect that negativity.
That's awesome, man. And then that's how I knew you was into Star Wars, because you had a little BB-8, and I was like, oh man, this guy's into Star Wars too. So really cool, man. Before we sign out here, would you like to say anything and say thank you to anybody? Maybe appeal to the RC people who may be interested in on-road as well?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say to all the listeners, if you're interested in on-road, don't be afraid to hit me up if you have any questions about anything, not only X-Ray racers, but whichever brand you use. And yeah, of course, I'd like to thank my sponsors. The main sponsors are X-Ray, Hoodie, Hobby Wing, Sampadao, Prospec. And yeah, thanks to all of those. And my other sponsors as well, of course. And yeah, to my family and my friends.
Yeah, man. Awesome. Great chat with you. I'm glad we connected. I think like I said, I think we're going to be friends here because we kind of think the same way. Oh, I know we're going to be friends. And I want to bring you back on her some more. Maybe we can do a once a month on-road segment or something like a tech tip. We'll see how it is. Thank you for your time, man. I know you're busy, you got your family and stuff like that there. And I hope you guys get back racing soon, because I know you guys need that. And man, I just feel like I want you guys racing again. And awesome, man. Also, check out, are you on Instagram?
Yes, okay. I am.
So you can find him on Instagram?
Alexander what is it called? The bottom line
Oh yeah, but underscore
Hagberg.
Okay, so go follow him on IG. Follow his Facebook as well as his YouTube channel. If you're into on-road, there's a lot of really good tips and whatnot. Product, just he's doing a really good job over there on his YouTube. Show him some love. Give him a sub. Give him a like. And hey, hit him up if you're interested in 12 scale racing or anything like that, or just have some questions about RC. And man, I think you should write that blog. I think you should do it. And thank you for your time. Have a good day. And we'll be chatting soon, dude.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me on.
BeachRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
Yes. Welcome to the Beach RC Bench Racing Q&A. Beach RC has been a long-time supporter of the podcast. We greatly appreciate their support. They are a brick-and-mortar hobby shop based out of Myrtle Beach. They have a great online presence. They have a race this weekend, actually, at their track. They just revealed their track reveal for the Palmetto Classic. Also, Brent's got a lot of things going on. He's got the My RC box, all this type of stuff. So I really like what Beach RC is doing. And they go to the tracks. They support people at races. They put a lot of money back into racing. So, hey, if you guys like what we're doing at the podcast and want to show the podcast some love, go show Beach RC some love. We do have an affiliate link here that helps us out as well. So, hey, show Beach RC some love and you show the podcast some love. And thank you, everybody, for that sent in questions. Maxi. Hold on. Unmute your mic, dude. Okay, you unmute your mic.
Yeah.
All right. What's up, Maxworth? How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah. Just got
Bit
home
tired.
from
It's
work.
late there in Finland.
Yeah, it's like 12 midnight.
Is it? Oh, but you're on the middle shift, so you don't have to go work till 2.
Yeah. I can sleep late if I want to.
Oh, you will. You will sleep late. I know you. You will definitely sleep late. Like that time I had to wake you and Giannis up and get you to the track at DNC that day. But anyway, Max, Josie is in Spain. He's coming home this week. So he said I can do this, but he got busy. Joseph, once he gets into testing.
Yeah.
But hey, man, I saw he sent me video of the track. Is that Funacra, that track where they have the buggy land race, I think?
Yeah, it's in Madrid.
Oh my God. It is wow. Super impressive.
Yeah, I've been there.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they put sugar on it this time, but usually they put sugar on it and then it makes it like super grippy. But I think during the winter the sugar sort of like wears off. So during the winter time it's like super nice. It's balanced grip and all that. So I think now it's really good. But in the summertime it's a bit grippy.
Yeah. I mean, but even just looking at the track, man, you don't really.
Oh yeah.
Spain has some beautiful tracks, man, and this isn't even the biggest and baddest one. I would love to go there.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the same guy, like that guy who builds the Madrid track, the guy who owns it, who has the Buggyland races and all that. He's like a really good track builder, and he builds tracks all around Spain. But I think there's one other guy as well. I'm not sure who he is, but I think that there's a few track builders in Spain that are really good.
Cool. All right. Well, one day we'll get there. Well, one day I'll get there, Max, and hopefully you're there and we can have a few cervezas together and I can actually drive. That would be great. I would love to go to these race tracks. Like Redovan, I would, that's like on my bucket list. Like Redovan, before it goes away or before I die, I want to go there. You had a good race there. You ran out of fuel there too. Man, you always run out of fuel. Faceums.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Like sometimes I just have crazy mileage and sometimes I just have the worst mileage ever. I think that time though, the tank wasn't full enough because my car like tangled with Kilic in the pit lane. So the fuel.
Yeah, Kilic. Oh man. So hey, I had Alexander Hagberg on the podcast this week too, by the way.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Great
That's
chat.
cool.
He reminds me of Joseph, Science Murdy. Like, you know what I mean? Very
Yeah, he's
Um,
like a super nerd, but I mean I have never talked to him, but he seems like a super nerd in a good way. You
oh
know,
yeah, he gets
like
it though.
interested in RC.
He gets it. He's a patron of the podcast, so that's how we got started. And thank you to him
Oh
for that.
wow, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. I hope people enjoy it because I enjoyed the chat with him. All right, Max. So, people are really enjoying you on the podcast too, by the way. So if you guys haven't, Max dropped the video as we're recording this. It's about adding weight. So please go. I don't understand how your channel doesn't have 500 subs yet or 1,000. So the plan is to get your channel to 1,000 subs. So
Yeah. Well, I'm
uh,
I'm really bad at like self promoting, so I
I
think that's
noticed.
what's lacking.
You're like a hermit in his attic with a hoodie on. Oh, that's exactly what you are right now. So it's a hoodie, like, I get it, man. But
Yeah.
you're making great videos, and people should see them. So the link for his video for his channel will be in the written description of this podcast. Please go give him a like.
Yeah.
You will learn something. So anyway, Max, we have a bunch of questions, not too many, but I thought it'd be good to, let's get these questions out of the way because people are enjoying it, and I like that. So first up is Benjamin James. He's at Coastal RC. They're actually having the carpet nationals there, 10 scale nationals there this weekend. Great facility in Virginia, owned by Barry Schimmel. The Schimmels. I can't remember his dad's name, but Barry is a young racer. No, it's Brennan. It's Barry Schimmel. Yeah, that's it. Sorry. I'm all confused. All discombobulated. So Benjamin asks, following Frankie pulling the triple at DNC, plus the performance of the young guys like Zeke Ballinger and Matthew Gonzalez at the Desert Classic, who are the up-and-coming drivers we will see more at the top level as the guys... Hold on. He's confused me there. Who are the up-and-coming drivers we will be seeing more of at the top level as these guys who were the young guys in the early part of the 2000s start getting up in age? Great question. And congratulations to Zeke. He won that. I congratulated to him. I don't know how old Zeke is. I think he might be 30-something, though. So he's not that young. But Born a Crime, Matthew Gonzalez. Yeah. He won four-wheel drive.
I think he's old, right?
Yeah.
I think he's pretty old. Yeah.
They were at the Desert Classic at Hobby Action in Arizona.
Yeah.
And he ran stock. And I think Born a Crime, Matthew Gonzalez, he won two-wheel drive, I want to say. Or I don't know. I think Born a Crime won two-wheel drive, which is he's been winning two-wheel drive. He's been winning stock everywhere since last year. So, and great run for Zeke. And Frankie, he swept DNC. So to answer that question, it's still hard to tell. That's Matthew Gonzalez, definitely. You know what I mean? I definitely think he will be.
The thing is, like right now, I think a Lil Bump. I think that's what they call it there. Phi Long Yen. I don't know how the fuck you say his last name, but like the small kid, he's like already really fast. Then there's a few fast guys in California. I think.
In the Midwest.
I don't know. Is it
too.
Jeremiah? I don't know what's his name. Oh no, it's Robinson or something. I don't know. Jermaine Robinson. Yeah,
Yes.
that's he's really fast. I think he runs
Yes.
X-ray or something.
No, he runs
he's really
HB.
fast. Then what's his name? Cody Watson. He's
Yeah,
fast.
but Cody's gonna play baseball. I'm pretty sure of that. Which is better for him. Trust me. He's good at
Is he
baseball.
good
man.
in baseball?
Yeah. He's good at baseball,
All
football,
right. Well,
and
I
basketball.
mean, he's fast, whatever. Then Camden Lime, obviously, he's one of the youngest up and comers. Then there's like already sort of established guys like Spencer Hackett, Jones, and Van Dalen, who are like I think they're my age, like 20 or around 20. All of those guys. Camden is a few years younger, and he's really fast, but he just I don't know what happens to him. He like flames out or breaks every race, but he's like ridiculously fast at times. Then those are like the up and comers I think right now. And then like 10 scale wise, there's like Matthew Gonzalez, and there's a few kids I have no idea who they are, but I've seen
Aiden
them in photos.
Horn, Rina Connect,
Horns are
Aiden
good.
Horns. But here's the thing: what I think has
Fullers
to
are
happen.
good too.
Who's that?
The Fullers. Both.
Yes.
Fullers. It's like
Oh,
two
how could I
kids.
forget them?
Those are
Great,
good.
fast up, and Mason's doing really well. I talk to his dad all the time. They work really hard. Here's the thing, though. I think the time of just being a 10 scale only driver is
Exactly.
not. I mean, like I always tell Matthew Gonzalez, man, you got to run nitro. Like, he's like, well, I
Come
said,
on,
look, dude.
he's run stock. He's run stock for like 3 years now. Like at
Well,
least run mod.
he's gonna.
Come
I
on.
think he's going up to mod next year. I think he wants to win the stock nationals.
Yeah, but he should be like at this point he should be running mod all classes and he should be running 8 scale. Like if
Well,
he
Joseph
like
says the same
he's
thing.
already winning all the stock races. You win 3 stock big stock races in a row. You're going mod full time. That's it. Like
Yeah.
you win more than 3 stock like big stock races in a row. You're done. That's it. You don't race stock anymore. You know.
Yeah, for that, but that's at least they have a stepping stone. You know what I mean? Unlike
Yeah.
8
I
scale.
mean, it's good to start there, but he should have like stepped up 2 years ago.
But it's definitely looking promising. There's a lot of fast young guys out there, but I think like there's 10 scale only guys. I would love to see them race 8 scale. Like I'm always on Matthew about it.
We can't forget that America is only a part of the world. So
Yes.
let's shout out some European kids as well. So in Finland there's a lot of promise, but due to Corona, everyone's kind of stopped racing. So Pekko Even and Joona Haatanen, obviously people should know these guys. These are like super fast kids.
Pekko
They're
is
3
really
years younger
fast.
than me. Yeah, Pekko is ridiculously fast in 10 scale. He's like faster than Joona right now. I think.
Isn't he a European champion or world champion? No, he's a European champion in 5th scale, right?
He runs 5th scale. I mean, he doesn't run anymore, but he won the 5th scale European Championships. But he's
Yeah.
ridiculously fast. He just needs to get his shit together. And then, like from around the Europe, I think there's the one kid in Italy who runs like pretty much everything Ongaro runs. I think his name is like Scaramosso or something. I'm
Oh,
not
I don't even know
100%
him.
sure. Yeah, but he's a young kid from Italy. He won the Bit to Design F2 class a few years ago. He's been making like the top 5s in Italian nationals once in a while. He looks really good.
Hagberg
I think in the UK there's been a few good like up and comers, but right now I'm not really sure. Like right now
Yeah.
it's sort of for a while it should have died out for young kids. I think in France there's a few like young guys
I
as
think-
well. I can't name anyone, but though.
I think the Skidmores. I think the Skidmores and Clancy are like the young fast guys and like the Lewis brothers. I think Lewis
Yeah,
brothers.
but I wouldn't consider them
Right.
young anymore.
Right, and I
Those
wouldn't
are
even
like
consider
already
them.
adults.
Yeah, but I mean, we also look at people like Berton. He's still young, and Ongaro is only 19, and you have Hagberg out of I think he has potential out of Sweden as well. And then even then, if you go even further, everybody Australia, man, Alexander Bernardzak, man. I've been hearing
I've
his,
seen him.
I've been hearing his name over and over and over, and this kid is giving a run to Kyle McBride, like, and I want to see him get over to some races in America. So that's a great question. We definitely have a strong youth coming up. It's just what are these guys gonna step up to the challenge and not be fanboys and be champions?
I don't think that's even is the biggest issue. I think the biggest issue is that are they gonna pursue RC as a pro career? Because there's been like I could name like 3 or 4 guys in Finland who could have gone pro but chose not to. In touring at least, there's Christers Andersson and William Gutman who like won Völker and all these guys at big races. Then at some point they just got bored with RC when they hit like 22 or something, and they just like quit RC altogether. These are guys that could have possibly win like world championships, but they just quit.
Yeah, well, because it's like that meme. You get to the diamond mine, and that's the one guy is like a centimeter away from getting there, and he's like, I give up. And then the other guy's coming in to get all his riches. It's so many stories like that in RC. But yeah, I think right now the 2 guys that stand out to me are Wiggins and Jones, because they were after Nitro Challenge, they were in, and Jones just won.
But I think those are already like I think Wiggins and Jones are like Ongaro in Italy, like Ongaro is younger than Wiggins and Jones.
I think maybe. I think I just had him on there.
Because Ongaro is younger than me.
Ongaro's got to be 19 now, though.
Yeah, I'm 20. So
Ongaro, I don't think Jones is that old. I think Jones is 19, 20 too. And
Yeah,
Wiggins not too much
I'm
older.
pretty sure Ongaro is younger than any one of those guys. So I wouldn't consider those like young up and comers.
Right,
Like
right.
if you're younger than a recent world champion, I don't think you're a young and up and comer anymore. I'm
The
sorry.
problem is it's with the young racers, once they get into other sports or they get girls or they get to school, RC
Yeah.
just kind of, a lot of these guys, if their dad's really into it too. So
Yeah.
not saying that they aren't, but it's just it's a hard thing. But I'm all for the youth, man. Let's bring these guys up and let's uplift them and
Yeah.
phew, let's I want that young guys coming in there kicking on doors and writing names down. All right. My buddy Justin Huglin, he says Desert Classic just turned into the Fend and Cav show, didn't it? Pretty much. Cav had a great weekend. As Rivkin won 2-wheel drive and whatnot. And Fenn won 4-wheel drive. And Cav came second in 4-wheel drive and like fifth in 2-wheel drive. And I think he came second in truck, but there weren't too many people in truck. I was hoping that Rivkin and Fenn would get at each other because they definitely have a rivalry going on there. I don't care what anybody says. He also says the Colorado guy showed up. Zeke, Kyle Schmer, I don't know how to say his name. I probably butchered that. Jordan Davis and Dustin Evans. Now, see, I have this is my thing with Dustin Evans. You are a 10 scale guy only. I think you should be on podiums all the time. Or if you ain't, maybe you should run some 8 scale because it seems like the 8 scale guys are doing it. That's just my theory.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I don't
I
know
could be
if
wrong.
he is full time. I think he has a real job. I'm not sure.
Maybe I should
I'm
get him on
pretty
the
sure he
podcast
has
and
a real
ask him.
job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm pretty sure he has a real job.
Sweet. I'll find out. But I mean, he's super
Yeah.
talented. Don't get me wrong. I'm not
Yeah,
trying to
he's
diss him.
fast. No,
I would just like to see him run 8 scale. You know me. I want to see all these guys run 8 scale. Tomer Itan from Israel. What's up, Tomer? How are you? I got one. Nitro is the glory. E-buggy. He says, I got one. He finally got a nitro buggy. Does the electrical components need any special attention? Oh, hold on. I'm confused. Special attention. ESC, battery, servos, motor. Okay, he must have said he got an e-buggy. Sorry, I got that confused. ESC, battery, servo, motor. One thing I recommend for your ESC is to actually, I think the best tape on is actually that Kyosho tape. And it's a few millimeters thick and it's like a gel tape. And it's really sticky and it creates some cushion for your ESC. Because I think that's a big mistake. Even if you put your ESC with just that thin double-sided tape, you should probably put a couple of layers to have some sort of impact.
Yeah, I always
some shock absorption.
If I have one of those black thin like black double-sided tapes, I always put 2 layers. But recently I've been using this like a see-through gel type tape, which is like really sticky, but the ESC moves around a lot. So if it you can catch a flat landing or something, it's not that bad. But other than that, you really don't need to do much. Like ESC, double-sided tape, batteries are fine. Just don't put them against the chassis. Put them on top of, like, if you have most cars have like this plastic plate under it. So if it doesn't have that, then put foam. But if it has like a plastic plate, it should be fine.
Sweet. Thank you, Tamir. Evan Osborne. Test Logger out of Finland is supposed to be coming up with a full data acquisition system for RC cars that measures shock, travel, G-force, yaw, etc. I always thought this would be too heavy on an RC car and would affect handling too much to be useful. Have Max or JQ seen or heard anything about this, and do they believe it will be useful?
Well, I've heard about this a lot. I know who the guy is. He works at the Toyota Gazoo Racing WRC team. He's like an actual engineer. Yeah. So there's a few Finnish RC guys who quit RC to go work for Toyota. Even Jonas' dad was asked to go for a mechanic. So
really,
and one guy, one of my buddies actually who runs right now, he's like top 5 in Finland in 8 scale. He's actually was a mechanic in Toyota, like practicing to be a mechanic for Toyota. But then due to Corona, he had to stop. And now he's a mechanic for Formula 3.
Cars. So hold on for a second. This is not for like Toyota working at the dealership. This is like Toyota, the race team you're talking about?
Yeah, the team? WRC team.
Wow.
Yeah, he works there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that guy, he said he tried these before in a 2-wheel drive buggy actually, and he said everything they did with the WRC car was exactly the same with the RC car. So like because there's a weird misconception that RC cars are somehow different than real full scale cars, and that's not
Mhm.
true. And that's what he said. I think he said that to Joseph, because we talk about this with Joseph, and like he just confirmed what we initially thought, which would be that obviously the same things work because this is a car just like the real car. So yeah, he's done it before. He attached some things to a two-wheel drive car.
Mhm.
I think the test logger used to be, and I mean the test logger is a really old thing. He invented it in like 2010 or something. I don't know, like way back, like
Mm.
at least 5 years ago. I can remember
Okay.
from about then. And it used to be just like you just log all your info at the track, and you can like
Mhm.
import your lap times and all that there. So you can see like all your test data the one like one easy like display. So you can just like see all your data at once, which was
Mm.
useful. But I don't know. I haven't heard any about this new stuff about attaching like uh G-force
What would you use to
things or
measure that
anything.
type of stuff? Like what like could
It's
you
just
make
a
it down
sense
small enough?
type of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how much they weigh, but they're not that big. In an
Okay.
8 scale car, you could definitely fit one. You wouldn't want to have that on all the time, but you could fit one
Mm.
to just test stuff.
You know, my buddy here, he was big into. This is the one guy. His name Alex. He's a really good mechanic. If I was a professional driver, I would hire this guy as my mechanic. That's how good he is. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah.
really smart. So he had he had oh gosh, what am I talking about? GT cars, the on-road cars that are like, you know, the buggy class. I have one back there. And so I went on to Raceway from one time. He lived in Santo Domingo, and he had the Aerotronics, like he had all the, because what he's trying to do, he wants to get 7 minutes of qualifying. He wants to get a 7 minute qualifying round without fueling, because those cars very
Yeah.
hard to do 7 minute fuel runs. Dude, he had all the I know I'm gonna telemetry. I always get that word wrong. How do you say it, Max?
I don't
Telemetry?
know. Some people say telemetry. Some people
Telemetry.
say I think telemetry is the right one.
Yeah. So he had all the wires and everything hooked up for the telemetry. See, I messed it up again. And I was looking at the logger, like the Aerotronics logger, so I could see like you can see what the temperature of his engine was, how much like his
Mm.
steering he was using, how much throttle input, all that stuff. And he loved all the information. So yeah, I don't see why that can't happen eventually. That's innovation, man. RC's, getting
Yeah.
more things
I
to get
mean,
as things
actually,
get smaller.
yeah, it's not that hard to implement, because already from a Sanva radio, you can see the inputs you're yourself making. Then
Mm-hmm.
you just need to attach like a temperature measure for the engine, and maybe a fuel measure or whatever, and you can
Mm-hmm.
get quite a lot of info on that alone. And then like I think the G-force calculators and all those those maybe have a bit more weight to them, but I mean, if you attach them just to get a baseline, I mean, definitely can work.
Sweet. Great question, actually. All right. Next question
Yeah.
is from Gary Wright. He wants to know, what are the pros and cons of gluing the foam to the wheels, and in what conditions is it recommended? Drake touched on it on his last video, but I'd like to hear a little bit more.
So I personally have done this like a few times. I almost never do this because all the tracks I run in are so low grip that it doesn't really have any benefit to it. So pretty much the goal of this is, there's a few goals. One goal is the fact that when it's super high grip and you have a tire that has a very thin sidewall, the tire starts to like slide and it starts to push the foam in. So when you glue the foam to the rim, the tire like doesn't bend so much sideways. It sort of holds more in place. Then the other thing is when you go on power, the foam sort of wants to expand a bit, so this reduces that. But I think the really big cause about the cause and the reason why people do this is to avoid that sidewall bending too much in and pushing the foam, because the
Mm,
foam would be still in place and like pushing back. So generally, all the times I've done this is when I have to run a soft tire, but the track is sort of high grip. So,
Hmm.
for example, 2018 at the Euros in Portugal, the track was really dusty, so we had to run a blue Compound J concepts, but also it was super hot, so the tire would just bend under. So we glued the
Mm.
rim, and we actually glued the whole inside wall as well. So I just put a huge
Mm.
amount of glue there, and then kicker, try to glue it, like dry it out, and then like the sidewall was slightly bit stiffer.
Yeah, we had a glue tracker, and that's the one where I met Jake. You know, super high bite. Uh,
Hmm.
I used to run the hardest tires I could just for that same reason, and not only that, I knew by the end of the race they would be bald. But that was my issue, like just that tire folding over, you know, and there's tight corners and just
Yeah.
causing you to flip and all that type of stuff. I never thought that I could have I never thought about gluing the tire, the foams to the rim at that time. Wish I would have. Probably would have won more races.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Jason Ryan. He wants to know. He asked about JQ, but we'll ask you. What do you, Max, think of the new Serpent 10 scale 4-wheel drive design?
Well, if I'm being honest, it's cool, but I really don't think it's good. And the reason is that in a four-wheel drive car, having the engine all the way back makes the car really like rear biased. It doesn't have that snappy front end. The rear end is sort of like the dominant force of the car. And if you think like two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive, the thing is four-wheel drive is faster because the front end tries to turn the car more. In two-wheel drive, you just have to sort of go with the flow of the car, and this moving the engine so far back just fights this. So if you think like running this car on an 8 scale track, probably going to be pretty good. It's going to be
Mm-hmm.
really stable and all that. But if you think running this car on carpet, most likely you're going to come into issues about this. And you can see like the Schumacher car. It's like the engine is quite far forwards. It's
Mm-hmm.
belt driven, and then all the other uh, drive shaft driven cars are the engine is pretty much all in the same place, which is behind the spur gear, but still quite far forward. Uh, so I like a lot of the ideas what the car has, like a lot of like the anti-roll bar things, a lot of the setup adjustments. Bell-driven cars are always pretty cool if they're done good, which this one seems is it's pretty cool. But I think there's just so many mistakes in the like design. I think they wanted to build a cool car, but I don't think
Mm-hmm.
they just like built a really fast car, which
Right.
is a shame because I think the car they had previously
Mm-hmm.
with Gerd Strenger, which is pretty much like a Durango but just like improved, had
Right.
so many cool features, and that car could have been made into an actually fast car. So I think it's a shame they should have given that up. Well, I don't know if they have fully given it up, but most likely they have. Uh, but yeah, the thing about Serpent is they always build cool cars. They have really like cool things, like especially their 8 scale. There's so many like little details that are really cool
Mm-hmm.
looking. But like overall, they I don't think they have a very good understanding, especially in off road, how to make a fast car or like a good performing car. Uh, like contradicting to what they do in on road, which they build like really good cars. So
Oh,
they still have like
Joseph.
good innovation and all that, but
Mm-hmm.
I think like just the fact that the engine is so far back in the full drive is already such a huge mistake in my opinion. I mean, I could be wrong, but to me that doesn't just make any sense.
You know, Joseph really loves the Serpent 8 scale car.
Hmm.
Speaking of, I was browsing Red RC, and I saw the awesome, just because you said motor far back and all that stuff. I saw Awesomatics is coming up with a front wheel drive touring car,
Hmm.
and that just got me thinking because they'll be running those mostly on carpet and all that type of stuff. But that's pretty impressive. And I don't know. Like, how is a front wheel car? Is it going to be front wheel drive only or what? I don't know. It just kind of plopped in my mind. I have to look
There's
at it some
actually a
more.
few of those. They run a
Really?
class at ETS. Yeah, yeah. They
Oh,
have like
really?
yeah, they have. I think a lot of the brand. I think Yokomo has one, and
Hmm.
I'm not sure if X-Ray has, but I know for a fact that Yokomo has one at least. And there's a few other brands who have a full front-wheel drive car, and they run like like actual replicas of touring cars. So like
Yes.
WTCC bodies, and
Okay.
yeah, they run front wheel drive cars, which go actually quite fast.
Yeah.
So
You know what?
those are pretty
Maybe
cool.
if Alex and I get together and do this on-road segment or on-road podcast once a month, maybe I'll learn a bit more about on-road as well. So,
Yeah.
but great question. Great question. All right, Connie Swenson of House of RC. Max, have you made your House of RC profile? No, you
I actually
haven't.
haven't made a profile, but I mean, I'm not gonna be racing anytime soon, so I'll do that when I get back to racing.
Your YouTube channel, buddy. All right. Okay, Connie I have a question or more of an idea. This past weekend, I watched some sports on TV: cross country skiing, biathlon, and track and field. Many of these combine several disciplines into one: skiing and shooting, skate and classic style. Hepathon and pentathlon. Yeah, those are words I can't pronounce. Pentathlon. Yeah. Ugh. When we talk about new formats of racing and the rise of crawling, drag racing, scaling, how about we combine three different aspects of RC in one event? You'll get a point in each discipline and then count the total. So one event could be traditional racing, one could be uh, the best looking model, and another could be drag racing, but you can only use one car. All three disciplines are counted equal. So being a good model builder, you can count as much. You could count as much as being Mayfield on track, having a car work well on all the tracks. Actually, he asked a little bit more. I have to actually find that. I forgot to put the see more thing on. So what do you think about that?
Well, actually, I think this is a good idea for like RC events. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I think Psycho Nitroblast, this would suit perfectly for them because they don't market the event as a professional RC race. They market it as the Psycho Nitroblast, like just a huge RC event, and they have like the jumps and all that, like the crazy jump with the rockets. So this is like this would be perfect. They have a drag race on the outside. They
Yeah.
have like race the cars on the inside. They have the rocket jump in the end where they all break their cars. So
And you have so
this is
much
like a
time.
perfect thing. Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. They have like all day. So this is like the perfect thing to do at Psycho Nitro Blast, and then get like a lot of people behind it. And yeah, like Psycho Nitro Blast, this is perfect. But I don't think as a professional form of RC racing or even a competitive form of RC racing, long term, I don't think this is. I mean, to me, like if you want to have pure racing and
Mm-hmm.
like compete against each other, it should be like as easy as possible. In a sense, like 8 scale off-road is just run one class, you go there. And in my opinion, as I've said plenty of times before, when you have to run truggy and e-buggy at the same weekend,
Right.
it's I mean, people don't really care about those. They just run it for track time. And then when they say, they only say what they care about those classes when they win it. So
Actually,
yeah.
he made a lot more comments after that, but I get the gist of it. I mean, I would love to see every team enter a car in that car jump because that was fun. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? And
Yeah.
I would rather, you know what I'd rather see? I'd rather see these racers put on something to attract spectators and get controls into people's hands at these races. You know, maybe we can have a
Yeah.
little area set up for people to go out there and bash around some slashes and stuff like that, and just have somebody running that. I would see that. But this is a good idea. This would be a good idea for like a club race, or just a different type of race, or
Yeah.
even like you said, PMB. So
Yeah.
good
Like
idea, Connie.
there's like, I think RC is lacking those like festival type events, because if you think like a full scale racing, there's a lot of those like car festivals where
Mm-hmm.
there's like what you call it, drift racing, and then there's like
Mm-hmm.
off road and like everything combined. Like there's everything for everyone.
Yep.
And like these type of combining classes, drag racing, off road, like those type of RC festivals, we need those. Like that's what grows the RC. And then
Yes.
some guys are like, oh, I really like those 8 scale buggies. And then they go to DNC and see like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's good racing. And then they see, oh, there's a World Series. And like if RCGP has a World Series, I don't know, are they going to Portugal right now? But anyway, like
It
I
doesn't look
digress.
like it, unfortunately. They
Yeah,
have
but
to kind of
anyway,
make
like
a
let's say
yeah.
RCGP is like going around the world and they're publishing like good video and all that. They're like, oh shit, like 8 skill really cool. And then there's someone's like, hey, I kind of like just chill back, relax, and still like focusing on the cars, like drag racing is. Or then they're
Mhm.
just like, I like bashing, and then just go to the festival to bash. You know, like
Well,
they find what they like at the festival, and then they
yes.
go to compete or enjoy what they like elsewhere. You know.
or
That's
like
what we need, and
expos.
these type of things
Yep.
are exactly what we need to use at those festivals. And I think Psycho Natural Blast is a festival that is still run as a race. So
Yes.
if they pivoted to a festival, it would be much more successful, in my opinion. They could still have the race, they could still
Hmm.
have the pros there, but most people don't go there to race. They go there to have like the Psycho experience, you know.
Hmm. And I think we need to get back to having expos. I was talking to my buddy, yeah, dude, Chase.
Hmm.
He was like, we need to have. He said the same. We need to have an RC festival. He said the same way. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And just have everything there RC and just have fun and all that type of stuff. I say, yeah, man,
Yeah.
I want to see. But you know what? I have some news about something like that coming up here in this next question. Cody Thompson of CTRC. I want to say, you know what? I was listening to the well, because we're recording this before I talk to somebody else, before I talk to Zach tomorrow, because he's going to be my co-host. But yeah, Cody Thompson, he has a backyard track in California, and he's been doing really well, helping get new people into RC and all that type of stuff. And now he's going to open up, you know where the NC is at the Paris fairgrounds.
It's like it's pretty close to like Vermont, right? Or no?
Not
Like
too far. I don't know really, but you because you didn't go there, but you went there 2 years in a row, right? So it's like
yeah,
a big it's got like a dirt oval and a BMX track and
but
all this type of
it's
stuff.
not that far away from like the Thunder Alley, right? It's like a 30-minute drive or something.
Probably. It's probably 5 miles from Beaumont, but takes 30 minutes in California. You know what I mean? So but he's this is good news. I just heard it on the Missing Link RC podcast with my boy Sean and Tyler. He's signed a lease there, and he's gonna open up a big all under one roof RC complex.
Yeah,
8 scale,
that's
10 scale, on road, drag cars, crawlers, shop, everything, all in one area, one spot.
hmm
I think that's awesome. And he's probably going to do
Yeah.
something like that, a festival. But Cody actually asked me, will I be out here for Silver State? You know what? I am actually planning to come Silver State, I think. I'm thinking of coming to Silver State, flying there. Mike might come too. And then go to North Carolina, or maybe I go to California for a week afterwards. Go to North Carolina, and then I'm going to stay in America for, if it works out and I can travel, I'm going to stay in America for the Nationals. Because it's like a month after Silver State, and it's in Pennsylvania, and I love the Nationals. It's at LCRC. It's June, middle of June.
What's that?
It's at LCRC. It's a race. It's a track in Pennsylvania, and
Oh, never heard.
yeah, it's like a off-road track, outdoor.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's always good.
yeah. It's not gonna.
That's what
It's
we need.
yeah. So I love the Nationals. So I want to go back to the Nationals. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. And I would love to go. Like if I'm in Vegas, I would just love to drive the 4 hours to California. And if he's got this all-in-one RC thing going, maybe he won't have it all together by then. But I'd love to go visit. You know, I love California. I want to go there anyway, hang out for a week.
Yeah.
See the ridiculous one, Jay Smoker. All right, Lee General. That's a pretty cool name, Lee General.
Yeah.
This may be off subject, but how do we get rid of cancerous people in the hobby? The racing scene especially. I'm seeing an alarming trend of adults attacking minors online, calling non-sponsored 12-year-olds sandbaggers, physically attacking teenagers, hijacking congratulations posts for another kid who had an epic run at DNC with anti-mask debates, etc., etc., etc. The youth of the future of RC, in my opinion, and I don't like the way I'm seeing what I'm seeing being directed towards them lately. You know what? I actually 100% agree with this guy. Unfortunately, we will get rid of cancerous people. Excuse me?
You know what the solution is?
What's the solution, dude?
You need to go, vote for the right people in the government, fix your country, get a perfect country, and then you will lose all the crazy people. As long as there's some crazy people in your country, there'll be some crazy people in every sport. It's not an issue
It's
in
not-
RC.
It's everywhere.
It's an issue in
Yeah,
like
it's a social
I'm not
issue.
saying this is an issue in America only. It's an issue everywhere.
Yes.
There's crazy people everywhere. There's sucky people everywhere. And just like, I mean, have you ever seen a hockey match or
Yeah.
whatever? Like,
How about soccer moms?
crazy
You know what I mean? Or soccer dads.
yeah, like, come on. Like,
We're not going to
I
get
mean,
rid of cancerous people, but what we can do And you know what? Unfortunately, it's unfortunate, man. I think he's talking about the kid, little Frankie, who swept it. He got a lot of Proline put it up, and then people just kind of ran at this kid, man, and it was sad. It's the same thing that happened to you, like, you know what I mean? You know, when you came over, we talked about this on the last podcast, but it you know what it is, man? It's grown men who are getting their asses kicked by kids, and they can't take it because what it comes down to, the RC has this illusion. Hey, you can buy everything a pro runs. Doesn't mean you're going to be as fast as them. In full scale, you can't go out and buy a Formula One car. You know what I mean? And race these guys.
Yeah, but I mean, even at local level, they still like. Even in Finland, like at karting races, there's been people carrying a gun, which is like really illegal in Finland, carrying a gun, just because like there's so much money in it and they're just like so stressed out. So there's like crazy people all around, and like I mean, in America probably everyone carries a gun, so to those guys probably doesn't seem like a crazy thing. But for us,
well, we should be more these kids, man.
Like violence is really rare. There's like fucking 3 people murdered every year in the whole country. So
but you only have 4 million people. So, but I don't know, man. This is a society problem, and
But okay, I wanna say something that like as a community, we should just like accept that there are crazy people, and then we should just say that's wrong. That's it.
Yes,
like don't be like, oh, well, that guy's kind of right here, even though he like said this kid's an idiot. Like, no, don't say shit to kids. That's okay. That's it. You say that, that's it. Just here's the line. Don't cross it.
Simple.
And just be strict. Don't try to play it around with it. Don't try to be like, well, we need to fix a larger. Say just like, no, you don't do that shit. I say it like this, and then you hope the guy next to you says the same thing. If he doesn't, you say, hey, you're out of line. And like you need to be strict. Like you need to hold to your values. Don't start to yell at people. Just say, hey, you're doing the wrong thing here, and then that's it. Don't start
what's
to
gonna
yell at
happen?
them. Don't start fights online. Just say, hey, dude, you're in the wrong here.
You know
Just
what?
Stop it there. Put your computer away. If you're at the track, just walk away. Like that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you start to like start a fight or start too much trouble, you're just gonna escalate the situation. Just every time someone does something wrong, just say, "Hey, dude, that's wrong," and then that's it. And if they hear that like enough, they start to realize themselves that, hey, probably I'm doing something wrong.
But this seems to be an issue in RC too, because I got a lot of messages from fathers. You know, I love father-son teams. I know that there's a line too, because some fathers can be too aggressive. You know what I mean? And what like a soccer mom and stuff like that. But I think we should be uplifting these young guys and encouraging them, because, man, obviously, if they do something wrong, we let them know. Hey, that's wrong. You don't do that. Like, you know what I mean? You have to. But what's going to happen one day is somebody's going to talk crap to one of these kids, and their dad's going to just go ballistic on this guy. And this dad's probably going to be like 6'5" and 260 pounds and bench presses 500 pounds and just going to be like, "Bop! Don't ever talk to my kid like that." And that's what's going to happen. Yeah. And then these guys on computers and all this type of stuff at the races, they're not going to be talking, because I tell you what, you talk to my son like, now, if my son was wrong, and like he took you out, he talked wrong to you, I'll deal with my son. You come up and talk to me, and then I'll deal with my son in front of you. Yeah. Right? Because that's the type of parent I'm be. If my son curses you or something like that, I'm gonna smack him in his mouth and I'll be, come here, bop. Don't you ever talk? I mean, we be going from that race, because he won't be doing that again. He won't be racing after that. But if a grown man's getting mad at a child and something at a race, and my child didn't do anything, man, I'm telling you, when it comes to my kids and stuff like that, I don't joke, like, you know, and I know a lot of fathers like that. So we need to encourage these young kids, man, and leave like that kid. He swept DNC because of his because he drove his ass off. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's it. So what if he had tires? He probably got the deal on tires. So what? He needed them. He deserved them. He won. He took the deal and won. Yeah, the free tires didn't win the race for him, you know, or whatever he gets.
Is anyone even in America fully sponsored like at that level? Like,
no, not like that.
Guys, no. Like most guys get maybe he got even like 75% deal or something, like whatever. But like, come on, like everyone is sponsored at this point, so just
it doesn't matter
about it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So let's
And
stop crying about it.
I mean,
Rick.
the most frustrating thing is like when you go to look at live RC and see like oh, this kid was sandbagging, or oh, look at this is killing RC, like some kid like taking someone out or whatever. These are always like old guys, like super old guys that's been in RC for a long time, and they are just like they're just morons, and they like and then they say like, oh, these kids are doing that, or these guys are doing that, or then they get mad at Aaron Waldron for doing dumb jokes at Facebook, which are actually kind of bad, but like they get mad about dumb shit, and then they comment like the stupidest shit ever, like, and they don't even realize that how dumb they are themselves, and
Wow, Max.
that's like, yeah, that's
This,
what I
this
hate
hit
the
a
most.
this hit a nerve, didn't it? This hit a
Well,
nerve for
kind
you.
of, because I just
You're a
don't
young
like
racer.
the
That's
fact that.
why.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think I ever saw anyone comment about the sandbag at DNC. I just heard people talk about it. So
Hmm.
I can't really say on anything about myself, and I don't really care. I couldn't give I mean, I saw
Hey,
some people get mad about me making videos, like, and people say, "Oh, you're just copying JQ." And to me, like, I mean, yeah, come on. I don't really give a shit about what anyone says, but just the fact that people say this dumb shit and then they say like, oh, I'm a respectable Christian, or I'm a respectable man, like, come on, you're a fucking idiot, stop it.
wow! From the mouth of babes. I love the anger, Max. The youth of the future, man. The youth of the future. Us old farts are gonna be dead here soon. So yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, the kids
And
are the usually like the young kids are the most sensible ones. I've seen very few kids that are like the ones that take hissy fits at the track or start
yeah,
arguments. It's mostly the dads and the grown-ups.
yes, yes, very true. Rick Toth. I raced 10 scale about 10 years ago. It seemed to me it took someone, if you took someone out and it wasn't a racing incident, you gave the spot back, or the announcer would call you out to give the spot back. I don't know if 8 scale is just another beast, but it seems to me there's a lot of bashing or taking someone out to advance position and they keep on going. How is it? How is it with 8 scale, or is it just something with a newer generation? It's called bad race ethics, and that's comes from not enforcing rules like this on every race. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So it has to start on a local level and a club level for these guys. You know what I mean? You learn how to race. If you take somebody out, you stop and wait for them. You know what I mean? Yes, there's racing
Hmm.
incidents. Um, I know, I get it. People get mad, things happen, stuff like that. But and the reason, and look, we talked about this. They need these race directors on. Look, these race directors can't see everything, right? But at a club race, start calling out penalties. But see what it is, people are scared. If I call out a penalty, this person won't come back to my track. You know. But if you run a fair and steady system, you will. People will. Hold on, a bike just started up out there, loud ass Honda Cub. It's so loud. If you it's simple. If you come up knowing this, if you learn this when you're coming up into RC, you will never it won't happen. And then at these big races, there's no, like, Jimmy Babcock doesn't hardly calls anything. We know this. Like, we don't call anything. But he
Yeah,
also is very busy in there. Like, he can't see everything. So what they need to
yeah,
do is have a damn referee up there on that driver stand. But you know what? That costs $600 or whatever for the time that person's going to be there. And you probably need two. So that's
yeah.
money out of the pocket. So nobody wants to do that, you know.
Well, you
But it's
know what
bad. I mean, the
we
DNC was bad.
yeah, well, I think the issue is because in Europe this this is still an issue, but it's a
Hmm.
different kind of issue. Because in America, it's like the taking out is so dirty. And I mean, I don't buy the argument that it's the newer generation, because the two dirtiest drivers I know are Cavalieri and Drake. So, like, I mean, I'm not even kidding. I
Right.
ran a qualifier with Drake, and I passed him fair and square. Next
Hmm.
corner, he takes me out.
I
I've seen
remember
it
that.
done so many times. I've seen Cavalieri take people out just to like win races. So those two are the dirtiest ones I know, and those are definitely not any newcomers. Those are the old generation.
Hmm.
So I don't buy that argument at all. Then if you say, okay, like the older guys that have been running for a long time are cleaner, like not pros but like general guys, then maybe it's because in America, Roar used to be a much bigger deal. That was the big race. People run like regional races that were sanctioned by Roar. They actually had referees, uh, and like people actually knew rules. Nowadays, everything are private races run by these companies trying to make money, which don't want to have referees because they will lose money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not lose money, but they will have to spend a bit on a referee. And yeah, just like the whole thing about referee is gone in America, in Europe, it's still mostly the case. There's been a few events that have been trying to run the same style as America, like PT contest, where they don't have a referee at all.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I mean, it's a good race, but they don't have a referee. Luckily, like the European racing style is a bit cleaner, but it's still it's dirty in a different way where people just like people know that you're going to be dirty, so they will be much more clean, so they like
Well,
respect each other because they know they're going to be taken out. And then I want to say to end this point is that what we did in Finland, because Finland is like a country that if you do something wrong, it's like the worst thing ever. I remember once this young kid won his first ever race, like a big race. He won like there, Joseph was there, I was there. He was like a young kid.
mm-hmm.
He practiced a lot to pole drive. He was really fast at that time. He won his first race, and after he won it, he just cried. Like all the rest of the day, he just cried because he took this one guy out. He was so sad that he took this one guy out that he cried even though he won the race. So
Really?
like that's like the sort of general feeling in Finland that every
Mm-hmm.
time like everything needs to be just by the book and yeah like that. So we did so because we didn't have money to put referees. We did so that after every heat, like let's say 10 guy heats, 9 guys go to marshal. The 10th guy stays as a referee. But there's always
Mm.
like one guy chosen from each heat to be the referee for the next heat, and
Okay.
this is sort of like impartial guy. I mean, it's not the best way to do it because obviously that guy could be someone's friend, whatever. But that's an easy way to get a referee. I don't think we do it at nationals because at nationals we have actual referees. We have 2 referees, and then we have the head of the referee committee, whatever, like the race director. Then we have the announcers. We have pretty much 4 people looking at the track at all times at
Mm-hmm.
nationals. Then at like club races, we either have 2 race directors, one who is announcing and one just looking at the track. And then sometimes we have that system where the guy at the heat before is referee. So in Finland,
Yep.
like this shit is figured out, and we still have a lot of dirty racing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think the main point I was trying to make here at the start was that it's not a generational thing; it's a race organizer thing.
Yep. And but not at that. It's just it. But people, if you don't know any different, if you get away with it, you're gonna get away with it. You're gonna do it. If you
Exactly. Yeah.
go to these races, and I'm telling you, man, I keep saying it, and this is gonna go into the next question because it's about term marshaling. From Carl, just start at the top, man. Give the biggest, baddest guy there. Hey, it's like prison. They say in prison you go and pick the biggest, baddest guy you can find and go pick a fight with him. You might die, but you know, I don't know, but I'm not saying that's the case. But I would say, yeah, start at the top and give one of these pros a stop and go for something like that. I mean, and then and if they keep doing it, give it to them. Like I'll take stuff like that. It's simple. Start at the top and then everything falls in place. Carl, I forget. I do not know how to say your last name. I haven't talked to him this week. Carl Vucinic. Sorry, Carl, I messed up your name. I'm gonna have to ask him how to say his name. How about what you were starting to rant on yesterday? Corner marshaling. If people put in 50% of the effort they do to marshal as they do driving and paint jobs, this would be a non-topic. I agree. When is the last time you had a corner marshal get called out by a track director? When was the last time you heard a corner marshal get called out by a track director? About how many times do you see it? Somebody not paying attention while there's somebody on their lid right behind them, a guy who's out there nonchalant and flips you right back into traffic, somebody that puts you on the wrong side of the track. The list goes on and on. During drivers' meeting, every topic is brought up. How hard is it to spend 2 or 3 minutes on marshaling? Not everybody is agile and athletic, but you either have the desire to be good at it, or you don't have the desire. Everybody should have the desire to be good at it. I've seen corner marshals actually screw up traffic, but the person was hustling their ass off. I will take that better than somebody who doesn't screw up in the traffic and has no hustle. Well, I also think maybe we should put people in specific locations where they'll be good. Like, don't put me in an area where you have to be really fast, because I'm not going to be very fast. We want to put somebody like that's really like a spider monkey there that can be nimble and like and go all over the place. So, I think you should marshal somebody how you wish to be marshaled. Simple as that. And sometimes people don't see things like, sometimes there's a car behind you. You don't know your folk. We all have done it. We get caught up watching the race and we don't see something. So I think it's important as a marshal to keep that in your brain. Don't watch the race, watch your corner. It's unfortunate, but it's hard. It's a hard thing. Yeah, people just gotta hustle, man, and just use your brain. And I think you should maneuver people like, all right, if you know that you need somebody that's athletic and going to be fast for one part of the track, put them there. Don't put my fat ass there. You know what I mean? I remember when Jimmy called me off for using my foot to kick a car. I'm like, dude, it got flipped over, didn't it? Faster than whatever the other person
I've never
did.
understood people getting mad about that. I've never understood it.
Hey man, I used to play. I know how to handle my feet. I used to play football. I grew up playing football. Not playing football, but So I don't know, man. But yeah, simple thing. Marshal how you want to be marshaled.
Yeah. Well, I have 3 points to this. I have three different points. First one, Americans are the best marshals in the world. Second point, Americans are the world's worst at planning marshal spots and planning tracks so that the marshals have the best ability to marshal the cars. You could see at DNC where there was a place where people crashed a lot and there was a bridge over that place. One guy got hit in the head. Bad planning. It was not the fault of it was fault of the marshal. He should have gone there, but come on, like you don't put the bridge there. So 1, Americans are good marshals. 2, they are really hindered by the marshalling spots. And also one thing in America, which is really bad, is the marshals don't have vests. So a lot of times you have no idea where these guys are, especially racing at night. So I think it should be mandatory, at least at big races, to have vests on these guys. Just a little bit. You can see the marshal and you maybe don't jump that jump. So those are like the 2 things. And the third thing is,
that's 3 things. So you go on to 4.
I mean, I said 2. Well, the vest were the 2. So vest was just like handling of the conditions of the marshal. So good positioning, no dangerous track design, and like the vests. So just like the overall vibe of the marshals. So this is like really badly handled in America, and sometimes they're just like spectators who are marshalling, and sometimes they're just spots that are empty, and the marshalling spots are the wrong spot. So there's like a lot of things that the race organizers don't really take into account. But the marshals on their own are really freaking good in America. I mean, there's no like, even like the big ones like Degani, he's one of the fastest marshal I've ever seen, who is even close to being as big as he is. He's really fast. So then in Europe, a lot of the marshals are actually really bad. But however,
I've seen that.
Yeah, the marshal spots are made so well that even though you have a bad marshal, it's still okay. And that brings me to the third part of this, which is, you really can't blame the marshals. If the marshal is looking at the wrong way, or it's looking at the race, or runs to the track where there's no place to run to the track, you can blame the marshal. But if the marshal is slow, doesn't matter. The marshal can be slow. What we can do is make the marshal feel as safe as possible so that he can see the cars that are coming up. We can make it so that the marshal is as close as possible to the place where the cars are most likely to crash. And we can make sure that there are enough marshals on the track. So we can't like expect all marshals to be fast. We need to make the conditions for the marshals to be as good as possible so that we can have the shittiest marshals as possible and still have relatively good marshalling.
Yeah, and you know what? Stop crashing.
Yeah.
But I definitely the reason I know, like, people are like, well, you're a real anti-American or something, Max. But the thing is, you're looking at it from a European site, and you have high vis vest. Yeah, I think the high vis vest for me is the most important thing, because it's hard to see people. You know what I mean? And you just grab that glimmer of yellow or that glimmer of orange, you know somebody's there out of the corner of your eye. I know somebody says, well, I don't want to wear some vest that somebody else has had and on or something and sweaty and all that type of stuff. I get that too. And right now, COVID, maybe you shouldn't be sharing things like that, but we need vests. I think it's important. I think it should be mandatory. I agree with all your points, man. And
Yeah, and I want to just comment on the anti-American part of this, because people might get the idea that I'm anti-American, but that's just because people ask things that are specific problems that are in America that we don't really have. So if you asked, hey, what about this track designs? The tracks are really bad. I would be like, come on, America has the best tracks. That's it. Like, come on, America has the best RC tracks in the world. They have quite a lot of them. They have a really good club racing scene. They have quite a good, like, all the mechanics in America are pretty good. They have the best like brand representation. They have the nicest
biggest
looking
market in
races,
RC.
apart from like, yeah, biggest, like there's so many races. They have the nicest looking big races, apart from like a few races at Europe. Well, I mean, some money races in Asia are cool, but like just like the general vibe in American races is usually pretty good. But the issues they have is in the organizing of these races, and that's how what we got figured out. So there's some things that you can take from us, and there's some things that we can take from you. And it's not like I'm just pointing out the things that you complain about, because those are the issues you haven't solved, which we actually most of them have solved over here. So if you asked, hey, why do Europeans have such bad tracks? I'm like, oh, maybe it's because we are run by clubs, and clubs don't have that many people, and we don't run it for the money. We run it for like the people that run for the track. So we try to get by as easy as possible, just that everyone can enjoy their time. Like, okay, well, yeah, I get it, but like it's nicer to have a new track every few months. Like, okay, like that's a good debate we can have, like what's better and
Yes.
what's not. But if you ask questions that why is marshalling so bad, I'm gonna be like, hey, it's like your marshals are good, but the system your marshals are in are really, really freaking bad. And we have
Yeah.
that shit figured out. Even though we have worse marshals, our marshalling is actually sometimes quite a bit better.
And another thing, but also because you guys have permanent tracks, more permanent tracks than in America. You guys take the safety of the marshals extremely serious. And I've seen like with cages in a high, like a area that's really dangerous, they put like a cage around you, a chair
Germany
so you can sit.
Yeah, Germany is the craziest about this. They actually, it's by law, like if they have a jump, they have to have a cage around the marshal. So it's by law. And also by law, you can't go to the track area without the vest. So if you go to the track area with the vest, the club could get like a warning about it or something, I guess. But it's pretty much like law mandated. So Germany is super strict about it. All the other countries do it just because of like hey, common sense, it's safety. But Germany actually has really, really strict laws about this.
It's kind of like in England, if you got caught charging your LiPo battery in your car, you get banned. You got kicked out of that race. So, because it's so much. These are in England, they run in a lot of halls and rented spots, and it's not a permanent track. So you burn on. You can imagine catching that on fire.
Have you ever seen a LiPo or actually have you ever seen a NICAD battery explode?
No, I have not.
NICAD, it's like a firework, like without like all the light, but the sound is like crazy.
Oh, really?
It's like a small like grenade. Fucking amazing, like huge explosion.
I've seen LiPos go out, and I've had to save the pits.
Yeah, LiPos just burn. It's not that cool.
Oh no!
But like the NICADs,
the one that we had
blow up.
When JQ blew up my starter box, flames shot out of the sides and popped the top. It was big. We almost burnt on. He almost burnt on the pits. He went, oh, fire! He went over to the corner like a little girl. Oh, I burnt my eyebrows. No offense, though. He just was like a little girl. All right, last question. Axel Owen. What's up, Axel? Will JQ Racing clothing ever be in stock, or will there just be Mayako team jerseys? I don't know. Maybe there'll be JQ Mayako shirts made later on when things get better. That's up to Brent, I believe.
He needs to do like hype beast stuff, like drops.
What's that?
Maybe I should do that. Maybe that's my thing. RC hype beast clothing.
High vis clothing. Oh, okay. High vis clothing.
Hype beast.
Maybe we should make a shirt with like high vis Reflective,
Well, that's
no. You
cool
have to make
too.
some orange
I
too or
meant
something,
like
right?
Hype Beast, like Supreme
Oh,
and all that.
no,
Like
I don't know anything about that,
shirts,
Mike.
like T-shirts that cost like $300, and it
Oh,
just
oh,
says
oh, oh.
Kyosho on
You mean like
it.
Ed Hardy shirts
Something
used to
like that,
be?
huh?
Like Ed Hardy shirts used to be really expensive back when they first came out.
Yeah, I don't
You
know, but
probably
you
don't
just
know
like
Ed Hardy. It's a little before your
yeah,
time.
I have no clue who that is.
All right.
Maybe I just
I don't
need
know,
to like
Axel.
over expensive clothing.
Yeah.
We need to start that in RC.
Well, I mean, Joseph has those expensive jerseys. You know, the JQ jerseys are pretty
Yeah,
expensive.
but those are like good jerseys. We need to
Yeah,
sell
they are
like
really nice.
what do you call it? Like fashion, like RC fashion.
Right. I don't know. I have to ask Brent about that. He also asked, now that I'm being forced to chase the glory because he was so adamant about e-buggy, now he's getting a nitro car. Are there any recommendations for changes to the BE nitro car as far as brakes, clutch, apart from factory JQ parts? I will say this: some guys have been mounting AE brakes on their JQ cars because they don't like the they want the metal disc brakes. So, but it does take a little bit of adrenaline. Did you ever do it on your car, Max?
No, actually, what I did, I ran the PSM one. So PSM has these thick brake discs
Mm-hmm.
that are made of carbon fiber. So I think it's a millimeter or millimeter half thicker, and it has the vents on it. Those are like amazingly good. Those are, I would compare them to. I mean, I still like. I mean, now that I run associated, I think the brakes are slightly better than what I had with JQ with those PSM ones. But I
Mm-hmm.
think you have much better feel with the PSM ones, and you don't have the Dremel or whatever. And what I also did is I actually put when I was running JQ, I put those associated springs on it so that it would
Mm-hmm.
just release the brakes because like at stock they're just flopping around. So
Mm-hmm.
I put those PSM brake discs in, and then I put the springs in. So I think that way it was pretty good. But yeah, I would still agree that like the metal brake discs have a much more gentle feel on them.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to Dremel it, yeah, go ahead. But I think the PSM brake discs are actually a really good option. You don't have to modify anything except for open the screws a bit, just to
Mm-hmm.
account for the wider,
What else?
thicker brake discs.
I'm trying to think what else. It's been so long. Oh yeah. I always tell you, I don't think there's anything else for the nitro car really. I don't think I really switched anything over on that. That I wouldn't do on the e-buggy. So yeah, that's it. Some guys like to change the fuel tanks. I know you done that too, but I have never done that.
Yeah,
I mean,
not
even when
really
I
too
raced.
necessary. I just
Yeah,
wanted to eliminate stuff.
yeah. He was trying to figure out why you was running out of fuel. We
Yeah.
still haven't figured that out, have we?
Well,
It's
I
too
mean,
much of this,
last year
man.
I made 730. I mean, I made 730 last year, so it was okay.
All right, man. I think that's all the questions we have for this week, Max. We was only supposed to do this for like 30 minutes, but we're going on for hours,
Oh
so it was
yeah,
fun.
I
It never
think
was 30 minutes with us.
there were a lot of like questions that we just went off on a tangent. So
That's what we do here. Thank you
yeah,
everybody thank you Max for coming on and joining us and answering the questions. Remember, guys, go check out Max's YouTube channel. The link will be in the written description. Thank you for everybody that sent in questions for the Beach RC bench racing Q&A. Thank you to Beach RC. Remember, check them out. We have an affiliate link, showing them some love, shows the podcast some love. Max, say goodbye to everybody.
yeah. Goodbye. Go to my YouTube channel so you can see me be more comprehensive. I'm here just like ranting and going crazy. So in my YouTube
I
channel, I'll
like
be
the
a bit
rant.
more calm down and down to
I
the
like
ground.
I think the youth rant got you all hot and bothered. I like that. I like that.
Yeah,
Angry
I just
Max.
seen too much. I've seen too much.
Yes, yes. People, you're young. You're only 20 years old, but you've been racing for a very long time, and you've been to
Hmm.
high level races around the world, and people don't understand that.
Yeah.
So, thank you for your time. Thank you everybody for the questions. See you later, Max. That brings this week's podcast to a conclusion. Thank you all for listening. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you to everybody that joined us. Thank you to Alex. Thank you to Max. Thank you to Zach. Greatly appreciate you guys' time coming on and doing this with us. Hey, I'm loving it. I'm having a good time doing this. I'm enjoying bringing you guys content and getting to know more people. So thank you for all of that. Thank you everybody that supports the podcast, NNRC squad. Hey, Love you guys. Hopefully we'll have some t-shirts here for you guys to rock out her soon. Just waiting on Brent. And I think decals he's coming up, he's gonna have her soon. So when you guys place an order, you can be able to get some decals. Just ask for them, and we have some shirts for sale as well here at BHRC soon. So gotta get some gear for you guys to rock it out, man. Gotta get you guys rocking the NNRC. The squad. Like we got to like NNRC squad. So thank you guys seriously for all the support. I know we have long podcasts and we ramble on for some times, but you guys make it through it. And if it weren't for you guys, none of this is possible. So, hey, big pat on the back for you guys. Shout out to the patrons of the NNRC. Thank you guys. So much love for you guys. The love that you show the podcast, show myself. That extra help helps me get things done here, helps keep these bills paid, and it's going to help me travel her soon. So thank you for that. I greatly appreciate it. If you wish to be a patron, the link is in the written description. Every little bit helps. Thank you guys. You get early release, special stuff. Got some cool things planned for you guys coming up. Thank you to all the awesome companies that support the NNRC. We can't do it without you. Shout out to Mayako, TNR Fuels, Beach RC, Tekno RC, Sun City RC Raceway, Manscaped.com, JQ Racing, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, Racecraft USA, Wally Builds, House of RC, JQ Threads, and of course, RCGP. Thank you to all those companies. People, there's links to all those companies in the written description of this podcast. If you can use the affiliate links, if you can go show these sponsors some love, it shows the podcast some love. Helps us out a lot. Keeps things going because, this all costs money and we got to keep things going. And we want to bring you more and more content, better content as we move on. We're always striving to do things better here at the NNRC. Next week, we should be back. I think Joseph's going to be on. We're going to talk about his trip to Spain and whatnot. So that's going to be interesting because he's going to be in super excited science mode. And I'm interested to hear about how things are going. RC can be better. We can make it better. Let's do that together. Let's all be RC ambassadors. Let's get new people in. The more people racing RC, the better it is. I don't think there's any real wrong way to do it. I think we need to attack this from all fronts. We gave some examples of some tracks doing some good things here in this week's podcast. That's awesome. Let's all be RC ambassadors first and bring people into RC and grow it. And I just, I'm kind of just, I think that's that's my mission. One of my missions is to help be a part of that. I want to be a part of growing RC, and I want you guys to all be a part of it too. We're all going to be a part of it because we need to grow this. And I keep saying this because it's important and we all know this. So, but it's good to see all the RC racing going on. Hopefully things open up for the Europeans here lately and we see that. So anyway, that's just I want you guys to take from that podcast, man. Let's be RC ambassadors. Let's grow RC. We got some cool things going on her coming up with Cody and his facility and all this type of stuff. It's good to see people doing this in RC, and let's make it awesome for everybody. So with that said, enjoy your weekend. If you're racing this weekend, send it with responsibility. Be safe. Have fun. Or don't send it with responsibility. Sometimes you just have to send it. Bring somebody, if you can I want everybody to take this challenge if they can. Try and bring somebody new into RC this month. If everyone does that, then we do a good thing. I know it's not easy. I know we're always trying to do that, but let's try and bring one new person in every month if we can. Each one of us. I know it's not easy, but it's worth it. Or one every 2 months. It's not that hard. We just need to give people our transmitters and let them race. We're all our RC ambassadors. With that said, everybody, enjoy it. Enjoy this podcast. Thank you for everything. Remember, nitrous the glory. E-buggy pays the bills. If you ain't grinding, you're sliding. And you know what? Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Lefty out.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and Patreon-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.
That wasn't so bad.